outline there around Kennedy's chin, that's the doubling that you see there. That outline is actually that doubling that we're talking about, going up his lip and up to his nose. Very, very, very obvious doubling. MS66 condition. And again, I have around 75 of these coins. This is a very, very valuable, very underrated variety. I've got a few comps here. Here's a 6.5 that a dealer wants $405. Here's one for $425. Here's a MS66 like we're offering here, $440. Here's another MS66, $660. Once again, this is extremely rare, folks. There are only 1,588 examples certified in all grades by NGC, 391 of which are MS66. 391 coins of which are MS66. I have these today, MS66 condition. They're not $650 or $450 or $395 or even $295. This is a great, great issue. This is an era variety I could not recommend more highly. I believe this is among the most undervalued major variety era coins in the entire Franklin Kennedy half-dollar series. This double die obverse, at least as rare as the double die obverse that 1955 Lincoln sent. And I've got these coins for only $179 a coin. $179 a coin. And I offer you a 3-coin special while I have these. Again, I have around 75 examples, which represents, roughly 20% of the entire NGC population. Around 75 examples. I've been trying to buy these every chance I get. This is such a winner as a collector. You know, it's an absolute grand slam opportunity. 3 examples, the price drops down to $176.33. You can own 3 examples for only $529. $529. 3 examples of the extremely rare 1966 special mint set double die Kennedy half dollar for only $529. 1 example, if you want to just get one, only $179. I've never been able to offer this coin, this extremely valuable variety, extremely rare variety, at this great price. This is the best price I've ever been able to offer this issue on. It's the best price you'll ever see from me, folks. This is as good as I can do. This is just a great opportunity for the collector of today. Now, once again, if you've just tuned in, what we have is the very, very rare major variety, the special mint set Kennedy with the double die obverse profile, which you see right here. On the left, you see the regular Kennedy profile, and on the right, you see the doubling around Kennedy's neck and around his chin and up through his mouth area, which came from improper preparation of the working die. Back during that era, the working die needed at least 2 impressions from the master die to strike all the necessary details into that working die. So between strikings, what they would do is remove the working die after the first striking, heat the die or anneal the die, that metal steel rod metal die, in an oven to soften the metal. Then when they would bring it out, put it back in place. Now there would be little notches on the cone so they would know exactly where to replace it for that second striking. In this case, that working die was rotated just a little bit, and so when that master die came down for the second striking, you ended up getting this doubling that you see here. Just a very, very rare variety. Extraordinary because, again, it's a variety you can see with your naked eye, very easy to see, and it's just a golden opportunity as a collector. If you've never acquired the 1966 double die Alvarez, this is the time to do it. Well, I can offer them for only $179 a coin. We have a lot of people calling in on this one. Again, looks like we have a couple people. Another one who just took advantage of the 3-coin option, where you can own 3 of these for only $529. Again, we have a picture here of the steel rods that are used to make working dies. That's the steel rod, and then once that steel rod gets an impression from a master die, for example, here's a steel rod that's going to be used to strike the reverse of the Memorial Lincoln Cent. And you could see the impression there of the Memorial reverse Lincoln Cent on that steel rod. So that's the process that, again, it doesn't happen anymore, because nowadays they can make these working dies with just a single press from the master die. So they have advanced technology that makes this kind of rarity impossible. So while we have them, this is an opportunity to take advantage of a rarity from a bygone era that really, with the passage of time, folks, this is only going to become more valuable with the passage of time. It's such an important variety in the Kennedy half-dollar series, very rare, and I've got a great price on it. Only $179 a coin, 3 for $529. One last time, this is how rare it is. These are the total number of coins graded of some of the more important varieties and error coins to compare the 66 double die with. You've got the accented hair Kennedy, which was the first proof Kennedy struck, which you're familiar with, a very rare coin. In all grades, NGC has graded about 12,500 coins versus about 28,000 for the regular variety of the Kennedy. You've got the 55 double die Alvarez Lincoln, which we showed you at the beginning of the presentation. All grades, about 3,500 examples certified. And just finding one in circulated condition, folks, circulated damaged condition is going to be $1,500, $2,000. Okay? And here you got the 66 double die, this major variety, only about half the number certified, in all grades, 1,600 coins. And I've got MS66s for only $179. There's no reason I can think of where, if you want to put away something that has tremendous future potential, you want to get at least 3 of these, really. It's a great, great opportunity for the collector of today. Please take advantage of it. This is a coin that will be really, really good to you. Please stay tuned. I've got another little presentation coming right up you might enjoy as well.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection, either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the mint state coin we all know and love so well.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska. Since we first aired in 2014, we have assembled some of the finest coin collections for our clients, and we want to do the same for you. I ask you, do you want the best? Watch me on Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV right here on this channel.
What we are doing right now, this is a pre-sale, and this is one of the most exciting pedigree labels that has ever been issued. This is the first ever of the Kennedy half dollar of its type. And for this year, 2021, is the first time that these exclusive advance releases labels have been issued. This is the biggest news right now in the entire world of coin collecting and of certified coins. And this is what it's all about. I want you to take a look at the picture that we have. Now, we're waiting, but we are in a little bit of a different position than everybody else who's waiting for these coins to come. Because we, in a way, got a backstage pass on these coins. There are just a handful of companies in this world who have literally been handpicked by the United States Mint and in collaboration with Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, you know them, they are the grading service that has granted us exclusive rights to the Reagan Mercanti label that we have on all of our Silver Eagle coins of perfect grade. Well, what's happened is, dare I say it, even more exciting than that. This has never been done before. We're talking about 2021. And every one of these half dollars of the Kennedy half dollar are solid silver. And they're also pure silver. And of course, before 2019, there had never been a pure silver Kennedy half dollar before. Also the grade, let's not forget that, they're Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you cannot get a higher grade because it's indicative of perfect condition. And you cannot get a higher designation of the cameo effect of the coin, that mirrored background and satiny foreground of the coins. The ultimate designation for any proof coin in the history of striking coins has been Ultra Cameo. Nobody does Ultra Cameo better than the United States Mint. So what I'm hoping I'm getting across to you is the quality of these coins are unsurpassed, the grade is the highest ever, and the label of advanced releases that just a handful of companies around this world have access to. I started to tell you that really what this is a backstage pass. It's a quick route to the front of the line. Advanced releases is something that has never been done before, and I really want to read you the exact definition of this so I don't get anything wrong, because this is brand spanking new. You have seen it, by the way, on the Silver Eagles, but you have never seen it before on the Kennedy half dollar. And the other thing I want to tell you is, I have been searching high and low. And right now I can stand here and I can tell you that Rare Collectibles TV is the first company out of the gate who is going to be guaranteed to get some of these coins. We are one of the companies that are in on this deal, and it's very special, let me tell you, but I want you to know, please give us a call. This is going to be huge. The phones are not going to stop ringing. It is going to be incredibly chaotic. But right now, while there's still a little calm before the storm, get on the line to get one of these coins. We are talking about not $1,500 or $2,000. You know, when these issues that are so special first hit the market, you see a mad dash for them, and people will be out and just to pay anything just to be guaranteed to get one of these coins. One of the reasons why there's such a mad dash all the time for these coins is right here. Let's take a look. When you go right down to the bottom line of this chart, what you see is historically and traditionally, even the bottom two lines, or I should say the bottom two lines, the percentage of proofs versus business strike of the proof Kennedy half dollars, of which this 2021 is certainly one of, is only 3.6%. The percentage of proof strikes that are certified perfect proof 70 grade is not even half of 1%, not even a quarter of 1%, 0.15%. Most of you collectors out there are also Kennedy half dollar collectors. You collect Morgan dollars, you collect gold, you collect the Lincoln cents, all of the greatest rarities that we sell. And I think maybe up at the top of your list, in some cases at the very top, is the Kennedy half dollar. This is a coin that has been aggressively sought after by collectors, by history buffs, over the years that since the coin has been first issued in 1964. The way we stand today on every Kennedy half dollar, the anticipation of these coins coming out has really cleaned the shelves out of all Kennedy half dollars. This is not something unique to coin collecting right now. I've seen it with Morgan dollars and Silver Eagles. It's a mad rush to get every single one of the coins coming out today. This one, again, is right there at the top of the list. I want to describe to you, in fact, I want to read to you directly off NGC's website their definition of the advanced releases. NGC offers the advanced releases designation for select coins, not every coin is going to be eligible, that are purchased by designated mint customers, that's us, prior to the publicly posted first day that the mint makes the new coin available for sale. The most exclusive label. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, you may have heard that a small handful, a group of dealers like us that purchase quantities from the U.S. Mint almost on a daily basis have been granted some special access to these labels and really invited to move to the very front of the line ahead of everybody else to get the very first of these coins. And if that it wasn't enough, the label of advanced releases speaks to the fact that days before the public notice of release is when we get a chance to get the coins. So naturally, everybody wants one. It's never been done before. $289. I really fear that there's not going to be enough of these coins for all the millions of collectors of the Kennedy half dollar. This table that I'm holding in my hand is from 1964 all the way to the present time. And it features mintages from every single year. And you know something, folks? You take a look at them, and there's millions and millions of coins. Well, every one of these coins are for the collectors, though. They're all proofs. The business strikes, if those figures were up here, it would go on for pages and pages. It would be like a small phone book. And there's millions of those collectors. But when you look at these coins right here, folks, these dates, these mintages, you can bet that each and every one of those coins represents a collector. That's what you're up against. Now, We know that they'd never make millions of these coins. The coins have small mintages year in and year out, especially lately. There's a lot of evidence of that. We anticipate that this year as well. But I will tell you this. This is the most exclusive label for the following reason. You have to be invited to get in on this label. We had to be invited. It's not open to everybody. It sounds a little bit like favoritism, doesn't it? Aren't we glad? Aren't we glad that Rare Collectibles is in a position where we get so much product from the U.S. Mint because of you collectors, because there's the demand for it, that we were invited to partake in this. Ladies and gentlemen, $289. And I want to also tell you that as I stand here right now, and believe me, I looked, my compatriots here, we all spent lots of time trying to find if we were the first. And we were. So I am proud to stand here and tell you, it's not easy to be first out of the gate with something so exclusive. But I have to tell you, we did it. And timing, you know, timing means a lot. Timing is everything. Well, I think that saying, that cliche, timing is everything, was made for this deal. It really was. You are right now in the right place to get a pre-sale, to get advanced on the advance. Something that nobody else in the country is telling you right now. I can guarantee you an advanced releases label. I can guarantee you the highest perfect condition graded cameo coin, ultra cameo, you're ever gonna have in your collection. I can promise you that as the market takes off, and we've seen it before, I can name countless of examples where one day it's here and the next day it's boom. I can promise you a locked-in price of $289. If you can swing it, get as many as you can, because you're not going to regret it. But you are if you don't. I'm telling you right now, again, I've seen it a million times. You look back a couple of years, man, why didn't I get that 1995 W proof when I could have gotten it in the gold set for absolutely nothing? A $25,000 coin today. Don't regret it. This is an exemplary opportunity of how Rare Collectibles has really its finger on the pulse of the market. You can see a winner coming down the track from a long way, right? Because it's got the lead. This coin, ladies and gentlemen, is it. Don't miss out on it. It's a rare opportunity. We were invited, and you are now invited. Listen, I got to wrap this up, but I want to let you know that for $289, you're going to get the finest examples, and you're going to get the most unique issue of the Kennedy half dollar in a darn long time. And let us not forget also that you will own a really special coin and the third in the series of the pure silver Kennedy half dollars. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Don't go anywhere because you know there's going to be a lot of good stuff coming up. And I will see you all really soon. Bye now.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. So happy you're tuning in today, folks, because I have got a cherry picker special for you. This is an area of proof coins that I know is going to be a great collector series for the future. Not just today, but most importantly for the future. Because right now, these coins in the condition I have them in, I've been able to focus on this series for about 35 years, and it's given me the opportunity to make a lot of connections in the business, to make a name for myself where a lot of people know I specialize in proof coins, and so I get first crack at some of the best deals. And I'll tell you, being a specialist in these coins now since the early 80s, The coins I have are so much more difficult to find now than they were, say, even 10, 15 years ago. Most of the nice proof sets from this era that I'm focusing on today, the 1950 to 1964 era, most of these sets have been picked through 10 times over. Now, for those of you who are new to collecting, I'm going to be real quick with this because, again, I've got a limited number of these sets. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So the Mint goes to a lot of work to make proof coins. They take the dies and they will polish them to a mirror-like finish. And then they will give the coin blanks a kind of polishing treatment as well. They'll feed them into the die at a slower rate and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, most importantly, they aren't dumped into bins as commercial strikes are, but they're individually handled. Now, nowadays, when you acquire a proof set from the U.S. Mint, you have to order them from the Treasury. They truly are state-of-the-art. Here's a set that's struck in 1991, folks. This is what I would refer to as the modern era, when technology was so advanced at the San Francisco Mint, and the packaging was very advanced. So here you have a set that's over 25 years old, and the coins look like they just came off the die. They're absolutely superb. High grade, at least proof 68. So this is what a proof set should look like today, with today's technology. Now, the only downside to owning these sets in this modern era is that, they strike, usually around the 2 to 3 million, 4 million sets a year for collectors. The only downside is the quality is so good that when you buy these sets, they're all high grade. So if you took all the 1991 Jefferson Nichols struck, for example, and submitted them for grading, they would all grade proof 68, proof 69, a few proof 70s, without exception. Now, the era I'm really interested in, though, is that era in the mid-70s and earlier, when the proof technology was not as advanced as it is today. And especially those proof coins struck from 1950 to 1964, because these were the last proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, using old technologies that were really not much different from the technologies that they used to make proof coins back in the 1800s. It's so really surprising, the differences in this small period in time, the differences in technology, the differences in packaging. Here's the last year of a Philadelphia issue proof set. It's 1964, and they came in these envelopes. This is an original envelope with the shipping label. They shipped it third-class insured mail. And you take your set out, and I left this coin in the set, the $50, just so you could see that coins actually did come like this, folks, from the Philadelphia Mint back in this era. Their quality control back then was not like it was today. So you see, the quality was really spotty, no pun intended. And the other thing is the cellophane packaging. You see, it's pliable. So in other words, imagine this set, in the envelope going third-class mail, snail mail. This cellophane is always rubbing against the surface of the coin, which creates friction, which creates very light little scratches, what we call hairlines on the coin, which lowers the grade of the coin. So it's very rare that you get high-grade proofs from this era when they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then on top of it all, you get this set, folks, and you open it up, and you're expecting the state-of-the-art, right? You're expecting this state-of-the-art, something. The very first coins I ever bought as a kid when I was 10 years old, as a kid, when I started collecting, was a set of proof coins, a 1962 proof set I went to my local coin shop, saved up my lawnmower money, bought a 62 proof set for $7, right? Because I like the idea of getting perfection. But in this era, it was so, this is so typical. It's so typical because of the poor technology, the poor quality control, the poor packaging. And then on top of it all, to add insult to injury, now you've seen this set. This is from the U.S. Mint. Okay, you got this little letter with every set, and I have to read this once in a while for our newer viewers. Your U.S. proof coins have been carefully inspected and then sealed in a transparent envelope. This package was designed to prevent or delay tarnishing and discoloration. Nevertheless, sooner or later, tarnishing may occur. Care in handling and storing will help to prolong the newly minted luster of the coins. Heat and direct sunlight are especially harmful. Please do not ask us to make exchanges or adjustments. If there should appear what may seem to you a defect or scratch on a coin, it is no doubt a crease in the packaging material. We tell you correspondence. This is from the Superintendent of the U.S. Mint. Well, what are you going to do? What I have today, folks, are some of the finest proof Jefferson nickels. The last years of the Philadelphia Mint, proof condition, proof 68. And this is part of a collection. Many of these came from a collection. You may be familiar with Harry the Hoarder. He has some incredible collections of United States coins, 55S pennies and MS67 red. That's the highest grade NGC's ever given that date. He had over 1,000 of them. You know, rare coins. He had over 1,000 55S pennies in MS67 red. He had several thousand war nickels in MS67. The guy was he wasn't just a hoarder. He was a sharp, astute buyer with a great eye. And he put away, finally, I was able to acquire some incredible proof sets that he accumulated over many, many decades, beginning around 1970 when he started cherry picking the sets. Take a look at these coins that I have for you today, folks. These are my cherry picker specials, some incredible 1961, 62, 63, and 1964 Jefferson nickels. The highest grade these dates have ever received from NGC is proof 69. You look at one of these, you don't see any spots, any unattractive haze or toning. Despite, again, struck in 1964. This coin is over 50 years old now, folks. This is struck from an earlier era. Every single one, flawless to the human eye. The only way you might see the tiniest little hairline would be to get it out of the holder and look at it under a magnifying glass. That's a 64. And you can see a 63 there, 62, all the same quality. 61, let's show them the 61, Sasha. Got to move quickly on this. I'm going to price these out to you right now, folks. There's the 61, that's a little tougher. That one's a little tougher. Here's, Sasha's got the populations on these here for you to show you how many have been graded by NGC. And you can see in proof 68 condition, the 64 is the least difficult of those early years. 64, that final year at the Philadelphia Mint, the quality definitely improved over the previous years. They've graded 3,500 examples of the 64 nickel, only 1,500 of the 63 and the 62, 1,600 of the 61. So those earlier years are considerably more elusive in high-grade proof 68. Now, understandably, the dealers want, nice premiums for these coins. Here's a 1964 in proof 67, folks. Not proof 68 like I'm offering, but proof 67, $40. Here's a 1962. Again, proof 67, not proof 68 like I'm offering. You go from 6.7 to 6.8, you usually at least double or triple the value, the price of the coin. These are 6.7s you're seeing comps of, $99. Here's a 1963 in proof 67, $59.50 or $60. Again, proof 67s. Let's price these out. That first coin you saw, the 1964. If you want a 1964 in proof 68, call in now. This is a cherry picker special. This is the time where I've set this presentation up so that if you are on a limited budget but want to take advantage of a great numismatic opportunity where you get a beautiful, top quality, rare U.S. coin for an incredibly low price, this is the time to do it. I've gone through these, and you're getting some of the finest surviving proof Jefferson nickels from the early old Philadelphia Mint era. This 1964 you're looking at, folks, worth 6.7s going for $40, $50. You'd expect to see 6.8s for around $100. $29 for this 1964. $29 for this 1964, not in proof 67, but proof 68. Now, it gets even better because you don't have to buy the 1964 if you don't want to. If you want to get a different date, like the 1963, for example, if you want the 1963, guess what? You can pick that date as well if you don't want that date. It's also only $29, despite the fact that it's twice as rare as the 1964. It's still $29. $29. So there you've got the 64 or the 63. Take your pick, $29. Get both of them. If you want to build a set, this is the time to do it because that 62 you see there, it's actually a little bit more difficult than the 63 as you go earlier in the years, but it's also, again, you saw the one on eBay, $99 from a top-rated seller for a 6.7. Here's a 6.8, $29. $29, again, folks, because it's based on my cost. When I bought this collection, it was a cherry-pick collection. I submitted the finest examples. I got the good grades, so my cost was much lower than normal. Normally, I would have to sell these coins for considerably more, but when I get a great deal and I can pass it on to you, like this is exactly what we're doing today. And then we've got the 61, folks. The 61. Highest grade ever is proof 69. Here's a 61 in proof 68, also only $29. $29. That means that you get all four. You can own all four of these in proof 68 for only $116. There are dealers asking just about that much for a single coin in proof 67. Think about that. Think about the opportunity you're getting today. Now, I do have to have one little caveat on this. If you just want one date in particular, say in 1961, you can certainly buy that in 1961, but it's a limit of one coin per customer. In other words, I can't have somebody calling in and saying they want 45 1961 nickels in proof 68, because what that would do is clean me out, and then everybody calling in who wants sets, we would not be able to fill those sets because we'd be out of the nickels. So if you just want one date, you can get one date, but there's only a limit of one per customer. However, if you want to get the sets, you can get 10, 20 sets if you like. But don't stop here. If you're calling in now, don't order quite yet, folks, because it gets even better. We go to an earlier date, the 1960. This coin, again, the mintage drops in half. As you go earlier in the proof series, the mintages get lower and lower. They've graded around 1,500 examples, a mintage of only 1.69 million. Notice how the mintages drop as you go into the 1950s. That's because as you go into the earlier 1950s, folks, we had a country that was just coming out of World War II, a lot of young families that couldn't afford to collect. And it wasn't until the early 60s when these families got established in their businesses and in their work, when they began to really earn some significant income, where the middle class really began to blossom. Home ownership exploded. A lot of people owned 2 cars, television sets. All that came around in the 50s and early 60s. So as you go into these early 50s, you don't see as many proof sets being acquired because people couldn't afford them. So you got the 1960 here, folks. Take a look at this coin. If you want to add a fifth coin, the 1960, even more elusive, this coin should be more expensive than those last 4 dates that you saw. The 1960, where they struck about half as many as the 61, 62, 63, and 64. This 1960, it's not sold separately because, again, I have limited quantities when we get to these earlier dates. But if you want to add it to that set of 4, if you want to add it to that set of 4, I will add it to the set of 4 for only an additional $29, the same price, $29, $145 for the entire 5-coin set. The entire 5-coin set. That's $145 when, if you would shop around, you could buy these sets in 6, 7 and pay $300, $400. And here's an incredible 6, 8 set, 5-coin set for $145. But don't order just yet. All the operators there, just tell everybody calling, tell them to hold on just for 1 second. Take a look at this. We're going back in time, folks. Now we're going to go into the 1950s. What a great time to build an amazing set of proof Jefferson nickels in proof 68 condition at a price you will not find anywhere else. I will add these dates, the 1959, 1958, 1957, and 1956, all in the identical proof 68 condition, every one the same, amazing, flawless to the eye quality, no haze, no spotting. You know, I get so many proof coins offered to me, folks, in high grade that have haze or spots or unattractive toning. These are all as brilliant and flawless as the day they came off the die, like they were struck from the die and you caught them on a velvet pillow and stored them perfectly over the last 55, 60 years. This is an amazing quality. Now, these earlier dates, I mean, the mintages are much, much lower. Again, you have a lot of these that had fewer than 1 million struck. Fewer than 1 million struck. So dealers understandably ask considerably more. Only in 1959, only 1,400 examples. 58, 1,400. 57, that was a high point, 1,800. And the 56, 1,500. A lot higher percentage of those have been submitted because they are rare dates. But you see there, you have a couple dates there, especially the 58 and 59, really difficult, 1,400 each. So you got dealers, top-rated dealers, selling these. Here's the 1959, proof 68. Just the 1959, $199. At the other end, here's the 1956 proof 68, $200. So, you know, $399 just for those two coins. $399 just for those two coins from a top-rated dealer with over 5,000 happy customers, 100% positive feedback, meaning they liked his coins and they liked his prices. Here's the 9-coin set. You had been paying $29 a coin, folks. You get the 9-coin set with these 4 rare dates, and the entire set is $27.66 a coin. $249 for the entire 9-coin set. Okay, now you're saying, all right, now I'm all in, now I'm buying. One last coin I'm going to add to this set. This is where I got really lucky because Harry had some 1955s and an abundance of 1955s. He really focused on that date because he knew it was a semi-key date. They only struck 370,000 1955 proof coins. It's a much tougher date. So number one, the mintages were a lot lower, and the packaging was terrible. Now Harry had a bunch of these, and so he's added to that population. As you can see there, 2,032 coins. You know, several hundred of those are Harry's, okay, from that estate. They came in these boxes, folks. This was the packaging used 1955 and earlier. We call it the box set era. Half of the 55 sets came in flat packs, half of them came in these box sets. And these box sets were even worse than the flat packs. This is an original box set from 1955. They were wrapped in tissue paper, and then each of the coins came in this little envelope where a lot of them would tone and discolor. It's terrible packaging. They only used it for about 1.5 years. Because of the problems with this packaging, this polyvinyl, whatever it was an oil-based type of material. It would leave a residue on a lot of the proof coins and just ruin the coins. A lot of the coins you'd send for grading, and it would say PVC on it from the residue from this packaging. So a lot of these 55 nickels are destroyed. So when you see a 55 nickel, a lot of dealers want significant premiums. Here's a 55, again, a top-rated seller. Proof 68, $275. I'm adding the 55. Get the entire set, folks. The entire set. I'm adding the 1955 for only an additional $30. The entire 10-coin set for $279. Call in now while I'm able to offer this incredible special. $279, that's $27.90 a coin for proof 68 Jefferson nickels. If you were to find a superb proof Jefferson nickel, submit it to NGC for grading. It's going to cost you about $25. They're going to send it back to your registered mail. That's going to be over $20. The cost of the coin, your cost is going to be over $50 a coin if you do this yourself. If you go shopping around, you're going to pay anywhere from $50 to $200 a coin for the coins you see here. Yeah, buying them individually at coin shows. I mean, you might put a set together, but it's going to cost you, for the entire set. If you get really lucky, $500, $600, $700. If you get lucky and you find some great coins at low prices. And here you got the entire set for $279. And I got to tell you, these cherry picker specials that I've done on the Jefferson nickels, the Lincoln cents in the past, the Roosevelt dimes, the Washington quarters. I have sold out on a lot of these sets, especially the early dates. When I first offered them, I had to, and I was really upfront that I had limited quantities of them. We sold out on a lot of them, and so I'm ending up having to, because I was sold out, having to raise the prices on many of the dates, which means I have to adjust the cost on the sets that I had offered just a month and a half ago. Expect to see the same thing with these sets you see here today for only $279. Call in now if you want 3 sets, you want 4 sets. I can offer you 4 sets while I have them. This is an incredible cherry picker special you will not find anyplace else but here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Think another 2 sets of 10. Thank you very much. Think about this. You're getting incredible eye appeal. Proof coins, incredible eye appeal, incredible quality. Great rarity. Great rarity. 10 coin set. The last 10 coins struck in proof at the Philadelphia Mint, the last 10 Jefferson nickels in proof for only $27.90 a coin. I hope you're able to get at least one of these. If you've got 3 kids, get 1 for each of your kids. Okay? Have them put it away. It's a great way to start collecting. This is a perfect set for the collector of the future. From Sasha and I, thanks for watching this Cherry Picker special. But stay tuned, because I've got a nice little presentation coming right up. Jefferson nickels, again, are really hard to get, difficult to get in high grade condition because of the hardness of that nickel planchet. So to get a Jefferson nickel, a proof Jefferson nickel in proof 68 is sensational. And we just had a presentation on some proof 68s at a great price. I mean, we went through thousands and thousands of Jefferson nickels to get these 68s. Out of that group, we have a handful of sets in proof 69 condition. And these are so rare, folks. Take a look at the chart here where we show you the populations, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about here. These are the combined NGC and PCGS populations for all the Jefferson nickels struck in proof from 1955 through 1964. How many have been graded in proof 68 and how many in proof 69? You can see some of those years. The 1957, only 290 examples. The 58, only 239. 59, 258. The 60, 254. The 1961, 193, because poor metal flow. poor metal flow. They would strike the coins because the hardness of the planchet, you wouldn't get all of the metal flow into the deepest parts of the die, so you get some bits, a little bit of pitting in the high points. And so if there's any kind of pitting whatsoever, you can't get a proof 69. 64 is the best quality. They've graded about 2,500 examples. Take a look at this set that I have for you. I only have a handful of these sets in proof 69 grade. Again, if I had to buy these already graded from a dealer or a collector, our prices would be about triple of what you're going to be offered this set at. Only a handful of these sets, every one of these, highest grade. There are no proof 70s from this year, folks. This is the highest numeric grade from NGC or PCGS, proof 69s. This is outstanding, top of the line. These are the very best from our work in the trenches, I call, looking at these under a halogen light, one coin after another. There you see the 61, fewer than 200 graded. The hardness of this nickel planchet, it's very difficult to strike one of these up. A lot of them also were mishandled. So there are very few graded in proof 68 and only a handful in proof 69. Kimberly just has a few comparables for you folks. And just to give you some idea, these are top-rated sellers on eBay. There's a top-rated seller with a 1955 proof 68, $274 for a proof 68, 1955. There's a 1959. Again, proof 68, $199 for a proof 68. So that's $400 or over $400 just for those two coins. $470 really. And there's a 59 and proof 69, top-rated seller, over 24,000 happy customers, $316. And again, that's a tough date, but there's several tough dates, and that's not the toughest. Here's the entire set. You're going to love this opportunity. I mean, at $300 a coin, this 10 coin set would be $3,000. At $200 a coin, it would be $2,000. At $100 a coin, it would be $1,000, and that would be a great, great price. But again, if we had to buy these from somebody else who already had them certified, who did all the work, who went through the thousands and thousands of coins, this set would be priced to you at $2,000 to $3,000. But we did the work. We went through the thousands of coins to hand select these pieces for you. We cut out all the middlemen, and I'm able to offer this entire 10 coin set. I only have a handful of these. The entire set for only $79.50 a coin. $795 for the entire 10 coin set. Now, we just had the lines have just lit up on this all of a sudden. $79.50. This is the kind of price, folks, that you can buy one of these sets. And if you're a part-time collector dealer and like to set up your local coin show, you can buy a couple of these sets and probably get double what you paid for. I mean, this is a great, great opportunity for a collector if you want to hold on to them, if you want to resell them, or whatever you want to do with them, it's up to you. But this is really a ground floor opportunity for some very, very rare Jefferson nickels with tremendous, tremendous condition rarity. Tremendous condition rarity. Again, I only have a handful of these sets. We have fewer than 15. We have already sold, it looks like 5 of them. Every one of these coins, folks, as pristine, haze-free, spot-free, hairline-free as the day it was struck. It was like as if you were at the Philadelphia Mint back in 1955, and you were there as the coin was struck, and as it came off the die, you caught it on a velvet pillow. That's the best analogy I can give. I mean, how else are you going to get and not only that, but you have to get one of the examples that were fully struck, because again, so many of these, because of the hardness of the nickel planchet, it would have very slight pitting on the high points, especially along Jefferson's jawline there, the high point of the planchet, because that's the deepest portion of the die. And the hardness of that nickel planchet was such that you wouldn't always get complete metal flow to the deepest portion of the die on these coins. There you're looking at a 1962, only 311 graded, none higher, 1962. Let me go through the pops once more. The 1964, better quality, 1964, 2,491 graded in proof 69. That 1963 you're looking at, or you just saw 436 graded, 1962, only 311 graded. 1961, 193 coins. We cannot break any of these sets. I cannot offer individual pieces because this is all I have. If I offer an individual coin out of here, I can't offer the entire set to all the people calling in who want to take advantage of this complete set offer. The entire 10-coin set for only $795. Again, we only had to have a handful of these available. We were already sold more than half of them. So I'm going to just call it right here. We just, for the people still calling in, we have some sets still available. But thank you for watching this presentation. It's always a thrill to be able to offer this kind of ultimate quality. Beautiful eye-appealing coins of the ultimate highest quality. Very rare in this condition. For under $100 a coin, folks. I mean, you can't beat that. This is a great, great ground floor opportunity for all you collectors out there. This is a real collector special. And again, from Kim and I, thank you for watching.
Stop the presses, because this is an event. I got to tell you, the buyers at this company, Jack and Rick, have been really, really busy. They got a call about a great hoard of Morgan dollars. And you know the Morgan dollar, how can you go wrong collecting Morgan dollars? The most popular silver dollar ever issued anywhere in the world is the Morgan dollar. Classic beauty, timeless, a representation of an America that was really beginning to come into its own. First struck in 1878. We bought an unbelievable hoard of San Francisco struck Morgan dollars. The great thing about the San Francisco struck Morgan dollars is the way that Morgans were struck at San Francisco. The San Francisco struck Morgans are known above all the other mints as being the most stunning strikes, the greatest contrast, the most detail. The images jump off the face of the coin, both the obverse and the reverse. You've never seen Lady Liberty with so much detail as you do with San Francisco struck Morgan dollars. And the eagle on the reverse, classic, just amazing detail. That's what Morgan dollars from San Francisco are all about. So we bought a really, really big hoard of Morgan dollars, all of them from San Francisco. And in going through the coins, we decided that we would offer San Francisco struck Morgans from the very beginning, the first year, 1878. And we would offer the first few years of the coins. And this is where it gets really exciting. Because if you've never bought a Morgan dollar before, if you never collected a Morgan dollar before, you're not going to be able to pass this deal up. Let me just tell you, right now, in this deal, really beautiful coins. Take a look at what I'm talking about, because the price is going to be so incredible, you have to get the phone in your hand right now. 1878S, 1879S, 1880, 1881, and 1882. That's the universe right now. The first 5 San Francisco struck Morgan dollars, all in brilliant uncirculated condition. Not just regular uncirculated, brilliant uncirculated, a definite cut above. Something is really afoot with Morgan dollars, too, because the world of Morgan dollars is exploding. I'll show you that in a minute. I've been doing a lot of research about the great melts that took place in the 20th century. 20th century was a century where all the Morgan dollar melts happened, beginning in 1918 with the Pittman Act. And we talk about that all the time. But there were many more melts that occurred in the 19th century that involved millions and millions of Morgan dollars. So the most popular silver dollar in all the world turns out to be pretty darn tough to get in Mint State. And the world is catching on. Little history. 1878, the first Morgan dollar was issued. The reason for it was a few years earlier, there had been a discovery of silver in Nevada that eclipsed all discoveries of silver up to that point. It happened in 1859. People from all over the world came to try to strike it rich in the silver fields, what was known as the Comstock Mine, one of the largest mines ever. I mean, it was operated on a huge scale. Millions and millions of ounces of silver were taken out of this mine. Congress agreed to pass a bill known as the Bland-Ellison Act, mandating that millions of dollars worth of silver be purchased by the Treasury Department every month to be exclusively coined into this new silver dollar. This silver dollar, which was to make its debut in 1878. George T. Morgan was a gentleman who came from England at the request of the Mint Director. The U.S. Mint Director was a man by the name of Linderman. And he had been corresponding with England to see if he could possibly get one of their expert die engravers to come and work at the U.S. Mint. Finally, after months of correspondence, a gentleman was referred to the U.S. Mint by the name of George T. Morgan. And as they say, the rest really is history. This is one of the ultimate deals that we're going to be offering today. A 5-coin set featuring 1878, 1879, 1880, 1881, and 1882. All S-mints. And I'll tell you, folks, the reason why I am so excited about presenting these first 5 S-mint coins, when you buy a hoard of Morgans, we buy them in roll form, 22 a roll. It gives us the opportunity to handpick only the finest coins for these presentations. And the Morgan dollar was an amazing coin. We'll get to that in a couple of minutes. But let's just lay a little groundwork of why Morgan dollars today are just going completely crazy. And I think it has a lot to do with our show, believe it or not, our network. And how do I know? Well, look at the market for Franklin half dollars and proof. Rick has turned the world upside down. You can't even find any of those coins anymore. All grades are disappearing. They're becoming so scarce the market is moving. We're actually moving that meter. People are discovering that as a great collectible. Now, they've known about the Morgan dollar for decades and decades in terms of collecting by date and by mint. But recently, as facts and figures come to light and we separate fact from fiction, we realize that the Morgan dollar is so scarce, so much scarcer than any price could indicate that we could put on the coin. Any price. 1878 to 1921, the history of the Morgan dollar. Now, the Morgan dollar was struck from 1878 to 1904 with a pause until 1921 for only 1 year. So here's the deal. Total Morgan struck in that period of time over 650 million coins. Now, we all heard about melting coins in 1918 known as the Pittman Act. And that was done because we wanted to help our ally, Great Britain, in World War I. Kind of complicated story, but they needed hard silver to really save India. That's what it all boiled down to. So here we have the Pittman Act melt, which was responsible for 270 million Morgan dollars. Total remaining after just the Pittman Act was 386 million. And then we get into terms of what really relates to collectors today. Total certified in uncirculated condition, Mint State 60 to Mint State 69. Now, when you consider that in Mint State 69, I think there's about 15 coins total, certainly less than 20, that have ever been graded in a Mint State 69 in a Morgan dollar. I mean, you could hold them all in your hand without any trouble. There are so few. So Mint State 60 to 69, hardly any coins. Look at the percentage in Mint State 60 to 69 of Morgan dollars, of hundreds of millions of coins that were struck, that exist in uncirculated condition. And take a look at the amount that have been graded. So it all boils down to 1%. 1%. That encompasses every date, every mint mark, every variety, all together just 1% will grade it uncirculated condition. Now, normally, I'll get into all my research before I give you the price on this, but this is really exciting. I got to tell you, we're going to be able to offer a single Morgan dollar, and the date we're going to offer is 1881S. And why? Well, over the decades, one thing all of us have learned is that one of the most beautiful representation of a San Francisco struck Morgan dollar is the 1881S. Man, did they get it right that year. I mean, it is just a thing of beauty. And if you have never owned a Morgan dollar before, well, you're not going to be able to resist this, and I'll tell you why. Because this Morgan dollar, 1881S, in brilliant uncirculated condition, you see it right there, full detail, no wear, never once used in a commercial transaction, never used as money, in the same condition today as it was in 1881 when it was struck. $89.95. $89.95. Wow. So in an individual Morgan dollar, $89.95. Now, this is no slider. This is no almost uncirculated coin. This is no polished coin. This is an original. This coin is $89.95. Now, I know that's going to get the phones ringing like crazy. Let me show you why this is so exciting. You can buy one right now for $89.95, or you can hunt around and pay $113. $113? Now, take a look at the grade. Choice about uncirculated, almost uncirculated, an AU coin. Not an UNC, a coin that has been circulated. $113. $89.95 here, though. $89.95. That'll get your motor running. But we're talking about not almost uncirculated coins, not slider coins, not coins that have been used once or twice, but coins that have never, ever been spent, coins that are original uncirculated coins. For $89.95 here, though, to me, that's incredible. Now, we have a special deal here. One coin, $59. There's an opportunity here to buy a 3-coin set. And the 3 coins in this set, 1879, 1880, and 1881. Ladies and gentlemen, they're $93 each, $279 for those 3 coins. 1879S, 1880S, and 1881S. $279. $229. Very important. Here's why. The market on Morgans is going crazy. It's just exploding everywhere I turn. This is off one of the auction sites. I probably don't have to tell you which one, from a very well-respected seller, offering the coin at $375, 79S. We're at $93 when you buy a 79S, an 80S, and an 81S for $279 for the 3. And I'll tell you this, quality, forget about it. Our quality beats everybody. We're coin experts. We know how to buy Morgan dollars, and we know where to buy them. And we get offered some of the greatest collections. And this is a collection of Morgan dollars that you are just seeing being premiered right now that is going to feature some of the greatest S-Mint dollars starting from the very beginning. But let's slow down a minute because we're talking about a 3-coin set, 1879, 1880, and 1881. Here's an 1880, almost $200. Look at the coin. Baggy? Yeah. You're never going to see a Morgan dollar that does not have a couple of bag marks on it. But look at the surface of that coin and take a look at ours. No comparison. That coin's almost $200. The one I'm selling in the set, the 3 of them, $93. That's real. That's not only value, that's better coin, fantastic luster, a stellar example. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for those stellar examples, those stunning examples that everything a Morgan dollar collector wants to have. The contrast, the strike, the bright white look. Now keep in mind, folks, that we're offering a 3-coin set beginning in 1879 and ending in 1881 For $279, here is an 1881S by itself. One coin, 225 bucks. And you see what I mean? The world of Morgan dollars is getting really, really tight because some of the greatest Morgan dollars are being sold to collectors through our network. And we're really getting into it in a major way. I wish you could take a tour of our vault. You would see Morgan dollars almost as far as the eye can see. And you would see a lot of these Morgan dollars being pushed off to the side and sold off to other folks. Maybe even folks who offer them out for $225. We keep the ones that are so cherry, so bright. And we offer them for 93 bucks. We offer them for a 3-coin set for $279. Here's an 1881. $299.99. It says you grade it. Okay, it looks like an uncirculated coin. Almost 300 bucks. Why is Morgan dollars becoming so popular? Well, I think a lot of it has to do with all the information that we're publishing these days. We publish a lot of great information about the Morgan dollar, and it's available if you're patient enough to search through all the archives. You'll find the same information. And this one right here is all about the silver dollars that were released into circulation just between the years of 1957 and 1964. And that was when one of the greatest runs on the Treasury Department. In Washington, D.C., at the Treasury Department, there was a part of the Treasury Department that was open to the public. And it was the cash payout room. And through that vast, it was almost like a hall, you could show up at the Treasury Department with money in hand, dollars, exchange them for silver dollars. And this was a big thing between 1957 and 1964. And in 1964, the government having, well, you take a look at the picture of Morgan dollar bags stacked up from floor to ceiling. And that image of the Harper's Weekly right on the cover, Mint employees standing on silver dollar bags as far as the eye can see in the government vaults. Eventually, almost 500 million silver dollars were paid out between the years of 1957 and 1964. The very last sale, the government said that's it in 64. Price of silver was going crazy, and collectors were coming from everywhere to get these coins. When you see that certified Morgans represent only 1% of the mintage of all years, you understand. It's because of this. Because at the very bottom of the last column on the right, 481,720,939 coins. Paid out, released into circulation, gone off the shelves. That's why we're looking at these numbers today. Now, that's not all, because I mentioned the great melt of 1918, the one everybody knows about. The Pittman Act, requiring the melting of up to 350 million silver dollars. In that 1 year alone, 1918, the Treasury melted over 270 million silver dollars. But you know what? You do some research, you look at the archives, and you see that between 1922 and 1941, a small amount melted, only 137,000. And then World War II. Between 1942 and 1944, the Silver Act, which also required, now the Silver Act for World War II was a little bit different than the Pittman Act. It wasn't for giving silver to our allies. It was for replacing tin and lead and other strategic metals for the war effort in everyday everything, in coins, in appliances, everything. General Electric at the time stated that every product they made during those war years had silver in it, where normally they had lead and tin. Those were really vital strategic materials for the war, zinc and lead, and they were replaced by silver. But what it did was the government had to melt silver dollars to supply to industry to fight the war. So there you have, look how many more. During World War II, 52 million, almost 53 million silver dollars in those years between 1942 and 1944. And then 1945 to 1964. This is just your government, by the way. Almost 10 million. So you look between 1918 and 1964, over 332 million silver dollars were melted. This makes silver dollars extremely scarce. And as we start looking into figures of how many have been certified and how many exist in certain grades, and I got to tell you, you can get lost in all of this. It's amazing. When you hear things like Congress, I read this record about hearing that Congress had about the government holding 47,000 tons of silver in the Treasury, and how they needed to get rid of, how they needed to process 14,200 tons. Basically, that part was coins. They had to melt those coins down and supply them to industry for the war effort. Incredible. You never even hear about that. It's a huge amount of coins. And what it leads us to, this right here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, 1878 through 1882, that's the first 5 Morgan dollars from San Francisco. Now, any collector of Morgan dollars will tell you that they're the most beautiful Morgan dollars, hands down. Now, look at this. This is percentage of mintage that has been certified in all grades, from the worst grade to the best, in every year. And this set that we're offering right now, ladies and gentlemen, $449 for the 5 coins. That's not even $90 a coin. And these are all fresh, hand-picked, just in. A big hoard was purchased by Jack and Rick, and these are amazing. I love Morgan dollars, and let me tell you, when you get an opportunity to sit down and look at fresh Morgan dollars that you just opened up the roll, and you look at these coins that are amazing, that have been put away for decades, you can see the excitement and the price. My goodness, this is really something. So take a look at how few of these coins in all grades have been certified. All grades. From the worst circulated grade, or the most worn coin, I should say, to the finest. And look at how they shake out. Every single year that we're offering. From the San Francisco Mint. The totals are eye-opening. How few of these coins exist. 1878S, half of 1%. Half of 1%. There are not a lot of Morgan dollars. That would be so much of a higher percentage. 1879S, it jumps 1.2%. That's ridiculous. 1880S, 1.9%. 1881S. 1881S is probably the most certified of all the Morgan dollars from San Francisco, and still it's only 2.1%.
And we're offering that coin individually for $89.95.
The 82S, 1882, a little bit less than 1% account for all the coins that have been certified, all grades. You can't argue with facts like that, folks. So the Morgan dollar, it's all about the great history. It's all about the great design. Now, most of you collectors out there have heard this story many times. George T. Morgan, unbelievable artist, had a Philadelphia school teacher by the name of Anna Williams pose for the Portrait of Liberty. Immediately, his coin was selected amongst all the other designs that were contributed by other Mint employees. And that created a lot of problems in itself, because he was the newcomer. He was a new guy on the block. But his design has withstood the test of time. And there are few coins in the world that are instantly as recognizable as a Morgan dollar, whether you're a coin collector or not. I got to tell you, there's probably thousands of coin companies that use the Morgan dollar as a logo because it's just so well known. It's really rare to be able to get the ultimate quality. Oh, and by the way, for you folks who choose to buy the 5-coin set at $449, this box will accompany the 5-coin set, and you can see the quality of the coins. Ladies and gentlemen, this is quality that I'm proud to present. This is quality that gets me excited about coin collecting. This is quality that is unsurpassed. This is quality that you will not get an opportunity to see unless you have access to a hoard of coins that has been sitting in a bank vault or sitting in a personal vault for decades. And we got first crack at this collection, and we bought it, all of it. Now, there was a lot of coins in the deal that just don't suit our needs, that are not of a high enough quality. And since we are coin dealers, that's all we do. We know where to sell those coins off, because we know where there are folks who are selling those coins for 3 and 4 times what we are. And they can use those coins. We can't. But it's a lot of fun to collect Morgan dollars when you get everything in one deal. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go through this real quick, folks. I do want you to keep in mind that there's such a dramatic difference in our prices and everybody else's. And you have a right to ask yourself, why is that? And let me explain again. When it comes to buying coins, I like to represent us as being at the top of the food chain. We get offered deals one after another. Most of these deals we pass because the quality of the coins is just not what we are looking for. But when we find that deal and we buy it right, we're able to bring coins to you guys that put all other sellers to shame. This one right here, look at that, $450. And you'll notice one thing. Buy it, add it to your cart, or go away. There's no make an offer. Why? Because that coin is non-negotiable. $450, take it or leave it. And the reason for it, 1870S's, the pickings are really slim these days, and you're really lucky when you get a really nice coin. So when we came across this deal, wow. Here's another one, almost $500. Probably a tone coin a little bit, I would think. 1878 S. Morgan, high, mid-state, uncirculated, almost $500. Look at this 1879, $375. 1880, almost $200. 1881, $225. The 1881, give them a penny and they'll sell the coin for $300, right? $299.99. Nice looking coin, a little bit of chatter on the cheek. All Morgans have a little bit of bag marks. Now, the 1882, really isn't surprising how scarce the 1882 is getting, because when you look at all kinds of figures, mintage, mintage is 1882, mintage is over 8 million. A lot of the coins got melted in all the melts. Did you know that during the 1970s, casinos in Nevada alone melted over 10 million Morgan dollars? 10 million. Private industry has melted millions and millions and millions of silver dollars. The figures we have are just what the government publishes. But private industry, nobody knows. But when we start to look at how few exist, and we get to figures like 1%, well, the reason why 1% is the figure is because there just aren't any coins around 2 grade that are worth grading, that are of sufficient quality. So look at that one right there, $775. And one thing you're going to notice again, buy it now, add it to your cart, or just go away. Don't make me an offer because there isn't any place to make an offer. Take it or leave it. So when you combine everything, the great discovery of silver, mandated by Congress to supply the U.S. Treasury Department with 2 to 4 million ounces a month. That was in 1878. The rush on silver dollars that took place in the 20th century, directly at the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., which was responsible for nearly 500 million Morgan dollars being released into circulation. Countless other melts. Then you begin to add it all up and you say to yourself, wow, there are nowhere near as many silver dollars as we all thought. And then, in uncirculated condition, well, it's amazing. So the scarcity of the Morgan dollar, I'll say it again, in spite of these prices that I'm showing you, some almost $800 for an 1882S, has not reached its apex, because people all over the world are beginning to understand that when you want to put a collection like this together of 5 of the nicest in the first S Mint Morgan dollars, high quality is the watchword. Quality matters on merchandise like this. This is what it's all about. But to get this type of quality, you got to go through a lot of coins. And that's where we shine, because we buy coins. We buy coins in quantity. We don't make a phone call to somebody and say, hey, can you front me some Morgan dollars of these grades so I can put them on my display and sell coins? No, we know what every coin looks like in our vault. And there is a quality control here that is second to none. There's nobody who can compete with the numismatic knowledge that we have. And I'm going to say it again, $449 for the set of 5. That's not even $90 a coin, $89.80 per coin. Uncirculated. Folks, all of these right here are all almost uncirculated coins, and the least expensive one I could find, I think, was $113 for the ADS. Collecting Morgan dollars really is a lot of fun. The most fun in coin collecting is when you find that great addition to your coin collection, and you open up that package, or maybe you're at a coin show and you see it, and the wow factor is the first thing that hits you. Because every one of our coins in our coin collection, when you show your coin collection to somebody else, you want that wow factor. It happens all the time with the Morgan dollar. This collection right here, everybody on the set, when I showed them this set, the wow factor everywhere. Because these are some of the most beautiful coins you're ever going to get an opportunity to own from the San Francisco Mint. I got to move this along, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you could just get lost in Morgan dollars, but I invite you, because as we start to discover this great collection of silver dollars, we are going to bring to our show some fantastic coins from the San Francisco Mint. I can tell you it's going to be something you're going to want to wait for eagerly. But to start off, we have these first 5, or an individual 1881S, $89.95 for a real uncirculated Morgan dollar. 1879 through 1881.
$279. When was the last time you bought a real uncirculated Morgan dollar for less than 95 bucks? $93 a coin. $279 for the 3.
1879 through 1881. Or the complete collection of the first 5, 1878 through 1882. 1878, the first year, key date. 1882, taking over the world. 1879S. Hey, that's always a great value when you can find it at the kind of price that we're offering it at. I gotta go, though. I wish I could stay. I gotta tell you, the Morgan dollar deserves so much to be said about it. And you know when they say that a picture is worth 1,000 words? Just remember this one, okay? Remember this collection right here.
Now, you could choose just the 1881S for $89.95. Or you could the 1879 through 1881, the 3 coins, for $279.
Or all 5, the 78 through 1882, all from San Francisco, for $449. And the 5 comes in the box that you see right here. And every coin, whether it be individual or the 3, comes in a capsule and a pouch. But if it's quality you're after, I can guarantee it. I want to thank you all for watching this presentation of Morgan dollars. I want to invite you to stay tuned to Rare Collectibles TV, and I hope to see you soon. Thanks for watching.
Throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always been a most highly prized and valued precious metal. You go back to the ancient Egyptians, 3000 BC. They believed gold was from the flesh of their sun god, and that his flesh, the gold, was indestructible. Again, throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always been a most highly prized and valued precious metal. And you know what? If anything, The way our governments are printing money today, gold is more precious now than ever before. And today, I have the greatest opportunity for you. No one, no coin show in the history of Coin TV going back over 30 years has ever offered their viewers a gold coin remotely comparable in rarity and prestige and future potential for you as the gold double eagles I have for you today in this quantity. We have just over 100 examples, folks. Take a look at these. 1894P Liberty Double Eagles, P meaning they were struck in Philadelphia, in uncirculated mint state 62. In other words, they never made it out of the mint bag. These coins, folks, should not exist. And the story of why they exist is a story I'll be getting to in just a few minutes. MS62, if you're not familiar with numismatics and coin grading, if you go to the Smithsonian and look at their collection, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, the single most valuable coin in United States coinage is in the Smithsonian. It's an 1849 Liberty Double Eagle. You take a look at this piece. Here's a picture of it. This 1849, folks, is valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. You can't put a price on it. It's the first Liberty Double Eagle ever struck. There were only 2 struck in 1849. This is one of the 2 survivors. And it's most instructive to note that even though only 2 examples were struck, you'll notice 2 deep marks in the obverse field at around 8 o'clock. My guess is that this was the first 1849 struck. It was ejected from the die press, fell into the bin with the obverse facing up, and then the second example struck. The rim of that second coin landed right where you see it in that obverse field. And those marks are reading marks from that second coin. These 1894 Ps, folks, take a look at one of these. To survive in this condition, the Smithsonian specimen is an MS62, equal in quality to these rarities I have for you today. And again, they should not exist. Just over 100 coins, folks. That is a huge, huge find. And it's such a thrill to be able to offer these coins. The United States Gold Double Eagles were last struck in 1933, about 90 years ago. It's quite a thrill to own one of these coins, or hold one of these coins. These are the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. These Gold Double Eagles, they have virtually a full ounce of gold. They're actually a little smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, but they're about 25% heavier. I mean, they're hefty coins. This is an original 1907. I want you to take a look at it. This was actually the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, 1907. And if you take a look at this coin, you notice the gouge on Liberty's cheek. Typical kind of marks you'll find on these large gold coins. They were struck, ejected from the coin press. They would fall into the bin. They'd go through coin counting machines, thrown into bags. The bags would go on to trains to be shipped throughout the country. Gold is a very soft metal. This coin is so heavily bag marked, it wouldn't even be gradable at NGC or PCGS. If you sent it to PCGS, it would come back no grade, damaged. Here's another example. This is 1903. You notice the deep cut on Liberty's cheek there. It's not gradable. Most of the survivors are not gradable. Now in 1907 came the second design of double eagles struck by the U.S. Mint, and the second design was struck from 1907 through 1933. It's referred to as the St. Gaudens double eagle, named after the sculptor who designed the coin. And you look at this example in 1924, you notice the deep gouge on the rim at around 8 o'clock. Again, this is not a gradable coin. And also a deep gouge across her upper left thigh. Beautiful coins, but they're damaged. Now, the last gold double eagles ever struck by the United States Mint was 1933. Now, these coins are called double eagles because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck by the United States Mint for commerce was the $10 gold piece. It had about a half an ounce of gold. And gold at that time was valued at around $20 an ounce. So that made the coins worth $10 in gold. And because it was the largest gold coin struck for commerce, it was referred to as the eagle. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And our country was able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of great benefit to our banking system. It facilitated larger transactions. And so in 1850, the Mint began striking this massive gold coin, twice the size of the $10 eagle. And so it was referred to as the double eagle. Now again, folks, it's a thrill to hold any double eagle in one's hand. There aren't many survivors. Most are heavily damaged, like the two examples I had in my hand. The double eagles I have for you today, I have to repeat this once more, it's so important. These should not exist. This is an opportunity I really encourage you to take advantage of because we have these at a great, great price. To survive in this condition, Mint State 62, comparable to the Smithsonian specimen? These early double eagles, struck before 1900 no less. When you find Liberty double eagles, they're usually struck between 1900 and 1907. You see very few Liberty double eagles in Mint State condition struck before 1900, and especially before 1897. These are extremely rare. Now, before I go any further, for those of you new to numismatics, you may be saying to yourself, well, that sounds great, Rick, but what's an MS-62? Well, coins are graded on what we refer to as the 70-point Sheldon grading system. Coins can grade from a low of 1 to a high of 70. A 1 on the Sheldon 70-point grading system is a very heavily worn coin with a date that's barely readable. A 70 at the other end of the system is a coin that's flawless under high magnification. Now, you see a lot of modern coins struck by the U.S. Mint for collectors over the last 20, 30 years that have actually been graded in 70. But if you go back in time, there isn't a single United States coin struck before about 1960 of the billions and billions of United States coins that have been struck before 1960, not a single example has ever graded 70. Once in a while, you'll see a 6.9. When you're talking about Liberty Gold Double Eagles, the 1894 P, the highest example certified by PCGS is an MS-65, and there's only a handful of those. Take a look at this chart, folks. This will give you an idea of the rarity of uncirculated Liberty double eagles. Now, anything below an MS-60 is a coin that has been circulated, but the higher the number, the lighter the circulation. MS-60 is a coin that has never been in circulation. It was in a mint bag, but it would have been among the baggiest coins in the mint bag with a lot of bag marks, just barely gradable, receiving an MS-60 grade. And then the higher the mint state grade, the fewer the marks. Again, for an 1894P, 6.2 is extraordinary. And you see there, of all the Liberty Gold Double Eagles struck, just over 1% have been certified in uncirculated mint state condition, MS60 or higher. That's for all Liberty Double Eagles. But now here's the most important chart for you. If you're new to numismatics, this is the most important information. This shows some of the St. Gaudens and Liberty Double Eagles that we've offered over the years. And they're arranged from the most common dates in uncirculated condition to the rarest dates for the St. Gaudens and Liberty Double Eagle series. And you can see in the St. Gaudens Double Eagle series, 1924P, by far the most common issue. Over 44,000 graded in 6.2, 51,000 in 6.5. And you go down the St. Gaudens list there to the bottom, you get the 26P, a date we rarely get to offer. Very, very scarce in uncirculated condition. Only 26,000 certified in all grades. But now you get into the Liberty Double Eagle series. The 1904P, when you find a Liberty Double Eagle in uncirculated condition, there's a good chance it's going to be in 1904P. Approximately 1/3 of all Liberty Double Eagles certified in uncirculated condition are 1904Ps. Next in line is the 1900P, and you see how much rarer it is than the 04P, and that's the second most common issue. You get down to the bottom there, the 1894P. Only 13,900 certified examples in all grades. And in MS62, only 6,300 coins. Only 5 and 6.5. 6,300 coins, folks. Now, all the certified coins we offer on our show are going to be graded by either PCGS or NGC. PCGS, the Professional Coin Grading Service, NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. They're the two most highly respected grading services in the nation that have the respect of both coin dealers and coin collectors alike. They're a year guarantee that the coin in the holder is the grade on the holder. Folks, we've had some extraordinary Gold Double Eagle offerings in the past, and you saw some of them on that list. But nothing of this magnitude when it comes to such a rare date. Again, I said it in the beginning, these coins should not exist in this condition. These coins came from a mint bag like you see here. To have been stored in a mint bag for well over 100 years is extraordinary. Now, how were we so fortunate to acquire this numismatic Halley's Comet event? Well, actually, there's a big difference between this and Halley's Comet. Halley's Comet passes our planet every 76 years. These exquisite, superb quality 1894Ps, like many of our rare Gold Double Eagle presentations, once they're gone, that's it at the prices we're able to offer them. Now, why have these survived in this condition, this small group? Well, the story of these 1894Ps actually begins with the Great Depression, which began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed, unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. I think I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. After all, gold, throughout human history, across cultures, has always had a special value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, what did the Treasury do with all these gold coins? Over the span of that decade, the mint melted down 39% of the entire mintage of all gold double eagles. That was over 50 million coins. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, they could keep their savings in the bank and risk complete financial ruin if their bank failed. Or on the other, they could buy gold to preserve their wealth, but face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And if not for one of those bags, folks, sitting there since the 1930s, these coins that I have for you today would not exist. Timing is so important. This is the perfect time for these to survive in this condition. Again, these heavy double eagles, about an ounce of gold in every coin. To give you an example of how extraordinary this find is, this bag, if I had a bowling ball in this bag, a bowling ball, the heaviest bowling ball weighs about 16 pounds. If I had the same amount of gold double eagles that fill that area, this bag wouldn't weigh 16 pounds, it would weigh over 60 pounds. So for these to survive in this condition, they came from a couple original bags. A lot of them were really bagged up, MS-60 quality, heavily bag marked. These are the Smithsonian quality examples from this once-in-a-lifetime discovery hoard. Today, I have these 1894p Liberty Double Eagles struck at the Philadelphia Mint that are Smithsonian quality. And the best part of all is the price. The key to our success is that when we get a great deal, a great opportunity, we pass our good fortune on to you. I could offer this coin at $49.95 and it would be a fair market price. Folks, you see other dealers offering 1904Ps in the same grade. And again, 1904P, when you look at this chart here, this rarity chart, 1904P is the most common Liberty Double Eagle in uncirculated condition. It's still a rare coin in uncirculated condition. But compared to the 1894P, 1894P is over 10 times rare. And you see dealers offering 1904Ps. Here's one in MS62, $5,400. That's a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Here's another one, $3,900. A dealer, again, with 100% positive feedback. Same grade, MS62, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $4,200. And again, these are 1894Ps. $39.95 would be an exceptional opportunity, but it wouldn't be based on our cost. While I have these folks, call in now. Don't call in a week from now, because we get so many viewers like that who will call in a week later asking to buy one of these coins, and we have to tell them, we're sorry, we're out of these coins. We can't offer you these coins at that price. We got this deal. While I have them, folks, call in now. They're $2,995 a coin. $29.95 a coin. Here you have a coin with essentially an ounce of gold. Gold value alone is in the $1,700 to $1,800 range in gold value alone. These coins, folks, should not exist in uncirculated mint state 62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS62, equal in quality to these rarities I have for you today. This is an opportunity I really encourage you to take advantage of. If you can't swing the entire $29.95 today, we have our two-payment option to reserve one of these coins for you. Again, we just have over 100 examples. You can put half down today of $1,497.50, and we'll hold one of these coins for you in our vault with your name on it, and you pay the balance in 30 days. Call in now. This is a perfect window of opportunity, folks. The timing is perfect. You know, sometimes some things that seem too good to be true really are true. This is one of those times. And when I talk about perfect timing, there was an article that came out in a coin dealer publication. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they're talking about generic gold, generic, they're referring to the most common gold coins, like the 1904P. That's considered a generic gold Liberty Double Eagle. The 1894P is a rare date Liberty Double Eagle. But here's what it says about generic gold. And this is what I've been telling our viewers for the last few years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And what they mean by that, reflecting on my own personal history, I remember handling an uncirculated generic Liberty Gold Double Eagle. It was at least 15, 20 years ago, when gold was around $350 to $400 an ounce. And I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500, which was about 10 times the gold value. Now again, these coins have $1,700 to $1,800 worth of gold in it. 10 times the gold value is $18,000. And this is not a generic Liberty Double Eagle. It's not a 1904P or a 1900P. It's an 1894P. And we have them for less than double the gold value. Folks, it doesn't get any better than that. I can't do any better than this. This is a true once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These are national treasures. These are coins that you keep in your family, pass on to your kids, your grandkids. This is all about our country, our history. These are the kind of things you want to hold on to as keepsakes. True national treasures. Let's take one more look at one of these. To survive in a mint bag in this condition with no serious gouges or dings, just the lightest form of abrasion. So few survivors, folks. Every detail boldly struck. 1894, struck at the Philadelphia Mint for only $29.95. This truly is as good as it gets. I hope you can take advantage of this. I want to thank you for watching. It's an absolute thrill to be able to offer you some really extraordinary United States rarities like I have for you today at these collector-friendly prices. Thanks for watching.
Collectors, I want to welcome you into this presentation of some very, very valuable silver dollars. These coins are in the ultimate grade of Mint State 70. They bear the labeling. They are certified. And by the way, Mint State 70, an absolutely flawless, perfect condition coin. They also contain on the labeling 3 magic letters, FDI. First day of issue. Now, probably the most special attribute of the labeling of this coin are 2 words. This simple phrase here, emergency production, is indicative of some of the rarest silver eagles the Mint has ever issued. And we're going to get into that in a big way, but I want to let you all know it is rare that you will have an emergency production of a coin. It's only happened a couple of times in the history of the United States Mint that it's happened before. And you have to go all the way back to World War II for just a couple of examples. All Jefferson nickels that were struck during World War II bore the mint mark on the reverse in a very prominent location, and they were made of silver. And this was an emergency production, removing the nickel from the nickel and replacing it with silver. In addition, during World War II, copper Lincoln pennies were, well, they were no longer made of copper for the 1 year, 1943, and instead, they were made of zinc and they were steel coated. That was emergency production because the copper was a vital material for the war effort. Now, something that's happened to the Silver Eagle series that had never happened before took place in 2020. Because of the circumstances worldwide, the U.S. Mint was operating on an extremely small crew everywhere. Hardly any staff was at the Mint. Well, when you have hardly any personnel, you are missing somebody to work the coining presses, somebody to engrave the dies, somebody to do modeling, and there are many positions that were vacant at the time. A skeleton crew is what you would call it. So for the first time ever, for the Silver Eagle, a silver dollar, which was produced since 1986, for the first time, the Mint went into emergency production mode. And what we are going to feature is something everybody who collects silver dollars has to have. A silver dollar struck at the San Francisco Mint. Silver dollars from San Francisco, when you talk about Morgan dollars, peace dollars, everybody wants them. The coining techniques that were employed by the master craftsmen at the San Francisco Mint meant that Morgan dollars bearing the S Mint mark coming from San Francisco were the finest examples of the strike that you could get. And everybody wanted an S Mint silver dollar. And that tradition remains in play today. Another thing that is probably the most important is the drastically reduced mintage for the coin that you're about to see. This is a 2020, and we haven't even gotten into the fact that the American Silver Eagle dollar is about to undergo a reverse design change. So the world famous John Mercanti Heraldic Eagle reverse that has been on these American Silver Eagle dollars since 1986 is going away. You're looking at some of the very last ones that will ever be produced. Here's the deal, guys. We're very fortunate because we actually have the Silver Eagle, the American Silver Eagle dollar, that is the most difficult coin to source, to achieve a perfect mint state 70 grade. We call them business strikes. You do too. At the top of this table are the business strikes. Since 1986, the total that the United States government has issued has been over 534 million coins. There's a proof version of this American Silver Eagle dollar as well. It has a mirrored background. It's struck for the collector. It undergoes multiple strikes for one coin in the coining press, at least twice, to bring out the contrasting surfaces that all collectible silver dollars have to have. There were 27 million of those coins. Another collectible version of this coin has been issued, known as the burnished die. And when you take a look at burnished dies, they've only been striking burnished dies since 2006, and they have struck to this point over 3.7 million coins. Now, all that's good and well, but one of the reasons why Morgan dollars in the highest grades known are so valuable is because of the rare opportunity for one of those coins to grade that high, because most of the coins will never come close to that grade. This is exactly the case with these business struck American Silver Eagles. And for the first time ever, the San Francisco Mint has had to contribute to the annual production of the business strike Silver Eagles. Now today, the business strikes are struck at the West Point Mint, and that's what makes these San Francisco coins so incredibly valuable. In order to augment the production of West Point, the San Francisco Mint agreed that they would begin striking coins. Now here's the difference. West Point will strike millions and millions of coins to feed all the demand. In one year, 2015, they struck over 47 million coins. This particular time of history that we're in is all about shortages. Shortages of everything, and that goes right to coins. So San Francisco has agreed that for 2020, they will strike this silver dollar to the tune of only 1 million coins. Now that's big news because this is also the very first emergency issue from the San Francisco Mint. Now most of the time when these coins are struck, they're struck to the tune of millions and millions of coins. In fact, I want to give you a little rundown of year production. Now these are all for the business strikes. 1986 was the first year of the American Silver Eagle. The figure of 5.3 million in production is pretty misleading because they really only struck the coin for 1 month at the end of 1986. And they managed to strike almost 5.4 million coins. But something really, really important, more important than the mintages, is the far column. I want you to take a look at the percentage by which any of these coins from 1986 certify in a perfect mint state 70 grade. And as you can see, not 1 year is over 1%. Minuscule percentages of these silver dollars will grade a perfect mint state 70. And what that means, ladies and gentlemen, of all the varieties of this coin that are available, business strikes, the collectible uncirculated mint marked coins, the proofs, reverse proofs, enhanced uncirculated, any one of those great options that the government has been issuing silver dollars in, the rarest of all are the coins that you are now looking at. They occur in a perfect grade 70 the fewest amount of times. In fact, as a series, it has been just about 1/3 of 1%. This is important. So then you get to thinking, how many of these coins would I have to submit to the grading service to get one back in a perfect grade mint state 70? The other factor is, what will it cost you to get one of these coins graded in a perfect grade? So there you have to submit a lot of coins, multiples, just to get one in a perfect grade. But you're going to be requesting that everyone be taken into consideration as being a perfect coin. So here's what you're up against. By the time you're done, if you're lucky enough to get a mint state 70 coin, $51. I should say if you're lucky enough to get a mint state 70 grade, over $50. That doesn't include the cost of the coin either, folks. This is something so important, and a lot of collectors realize this. That's why this is one of the hottest silver dollars you can get your hands on today. Just in thinking back on the silver dollars from San Francisco, whether they be Morgans or Peace dollars, I cannot think of too many coins that have a mintage below 1 million. 1884S, if you want to use that as a great example, the mintage of the 1884S is 3.2 million coins. Now, we all know that an 1884S in a high mint state grade is a six-figure coin. There's countless other dates from the San Francisco Mint where this one beats them in terms of mintage hands down. And most of the other mints can't compete with a mintage of 1 million. In fact, it's pretty much an exclusive club when you think of silver dollars that have a mintage of 1 million or less. Some of the most expensive coins in any of the series of silver dollars. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't gotten online already, you got to do it. This is something more than special. It's unique. It's from a time that is never going to happen again. It's from a time that hadn't happened since World War II. The emergency production of coins is something that's invoked by the Treasury to supply and feed the demand of collectors and folks who just can't get enough silver dollars who are citizens of this country. Nothing stops the U.S. Mint. They might get slowed down a whole lot, but nothing stops the production of American money. This is the first coin of its kind with a mintage of 1 million. It has never been done before, this coin, when the Mint announced ahead of time for a regular issue, the business strikes. They're out to strike quantity, ladies and gentlemen, not a small quantity, a big quantity. This is the first time this has ever happened. And they came out and announced that it's going to be 1 million mintage, and that's it. And believe me, everybody had to have one. Hardly anybody is going to be able to get a first day of issue. Hardly anybody, you can see by the figures, is going to be able to get a perfect mint state coin. And when you do find them, I don't mean to scream, but this is something worth bellowing about. When you do find them, there's one for $300, one of the hottest issues in the United States of America. Emergency production, emergency release, first day of issue. How about $169? Now, folks, we have built in a little bit of a quantity option here. This is a great opportunity to put these coins away. I'm being straight up serious here. You are not going to get another chance at this. These are 2020s. They're the first ones. It is the last of the Mercanti reverse, and we haven't even gotten into that yet, but we're going to. This is a silver dollar for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. It has been continuously issued since 1986, but very shortly, the reverse that we all know and love, the heraldic eagle, will no longer be. This is one of the last ones. First day of issue is your only opportunity. This will never happen again. $169. Now, here's where it really gets to be a lot of fun. How about 5 coins for $165 each? $825. Ladies and gentlemen, in certifying 5 coins alone, you're going to pay over $50 to get that label, to get an emergency production in a mint state 70, to get a first day of issue. So $825 for 5. The price is going to go all the way down to $159. $159, that is for 10 coins. So $159 each is what I'm saying. $1,590. That can be broken up into 2 equal payments of $795 twice. And it's really important because for those of you looking to put away quantity, you put down $795 right now. Every coin could sell out. There may never be another one minted. As far as coins go, this is the original when it comes to this emergency production from San Francisco. You got to be able to take advantage of getting in on a deal of 10 of these while you can. Now, what's happened with this coin, because of the advent of the news from the U.S. Mint, that this coming year, the year we're in right now, 2021, will see the actual end to what we call the Series 1 or Type 1 production of these coins. A new reverse will shortly hit the scene, known as the Type 2. So these Mercanti Heraldic Eagle reverses, which have been on the reverse of the American Silver Eagle since 1986, will be discontinued. Since news of that broke, everybody's got to have them. There is a continual barrage of every collector. I got to tell you, this is one of the most amazing things I have ever seen. Well, I think a lot of it has to do with you're not paying $300 for the coin. You're paying $169. That's the highest price you can pay because we're also giving you an opportunity to pay $165 if you buy 5, $165 each for 8 1/4, and that price can go all the way down to $159 each for a quantity of 10 for $1,590. So it's big news here. You get a perfect San Francisco struck silver dollar documented by NGC, first day of issue, highest grade you can get, part of a really rare emergency production issue. Can you imagine? Look, let's just go back briefly to say, oh, I happen to have a lot of mintages right here. You know, and over the last few years, I don't know if you've noticed or not, the way the American Silver Eagle program has gone is that in the beginning, for instance, 1986, about 5.5 million coins were issued in a short period of time. The next year, 1987, was like almost 12 million. The mintages began to go up. The popularity of the coin began to just go crazy because collectors began to realize that, hey, this is a bona fide United States silver dollar, more silver in it than a Morgan, bigger coin, and an unbelievable design that dates back to the Walking Liberty half dollar. And most of us collectors who love the Walking Liberty half dollar has never had the opportunity to see one as detailed as the Walking Liberty half dollar design on the obverse of these coins. I mean, Adolph A. Wyman had this in his mind's eye when he designed the Walking Liberty half dollars in 1916. So bringing that design back, that design is not going away, but its reverse that was created by John Mercanti is. Now, I want you to take a look at some of these mintages, folks. This is what's been happening lately. Now, the highest year total was 2015. 47 million coins were struck by the U.S. Mint. 47 million. And again, I want to point out, it is a really rare occurrence for any of these coins to grade in a perfect mint state 70 grade. It doesn't even happen 1% of the time with any of them. So when you factor that in to the first ever San Francisco emergency production. This is an amazing silver dollar. Now, if I was to tell you that there would be any American Silver Eagle with a mintage as low as $1 million, you would laugh. You'd say, hey, you know what I'm talking about. You're talking about the high relief peace dollar. You're talking about one of those coins from the Carson City Mint. They don't make Silver Eagles in a quantity of just $1 million. Haven't you been paying attention? But they do, ladies and gentlemen. They did. 2020 from San Francisco. This first ever emergency production from the San Francisco Mint. There's only going to be, there was, I should say, all that were minted was $1 million. They're gone. They're gone. What we don't have on our set here right now is gone in collectors' hands everywhere. This is the most collected silver dollar in the world today. Even more collected, dare I say it, than the Morgan dollar. This coin right here affords you the opportunity to get a perfect grade mint state 70 American silver dollar, something you could never do with any of the silver dollars from the bygone eras. Even, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say it, even an Ike dollar today, if you were to get an Ike dollar in a mint state 70, is going to run you thousands and thousands of dollars. Take the opportunity right now to get a coin that is pure silver, the largest silver dollar we've ever issued, a perfect graded 70, first day of issue, emergency production. You know what? There is not enough adjectives or descriptions to put on that label. There's just not enough room for all the great qualities that this silver dollar possesses. Now, I think the coup de grace on this is that this coin is in a perfect graded mint state 70. So, ladies and gentlemen, I got to conclude this. This silver dollar is the first emergency production from San Francisco. The heraldic eagle reverse will soon be gone. This is one of the last coins. That reverse of John Mercanti's made this coin popular. It's certainly one of the major contributing factors to the popularity of this coin. This heraldic eagle reverse was a tribute that John Mercanti thought long and hard about, how he could honor the obverse that was created by Adolph A. Weinman, and how could he marry that with a design that reached into the past, like the obverse design, paid tribute to the great heraldic eagles that made American silver dollars what they are today. And after all of that thought, looked at the design that he came up with. It was inspirational, it was inspired, but it is retiring. Now, folks, John Mercanti was just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint. He arrived at the U.S. Mint in 1974. He became the chief engraver in 2006, and he retired in 2010. But along the way, he was responsible for some of the most artistic designs. He was quite prolific. He was responsible for many great coins, almost too many to even mention. I'll tell you this, 1986, he was responsible for the Statue of Liberty silver dollar. And that coin was the actual reason why the Liberty Coin Act was signed into law in 1985, for that coin to be struck. The American Silver Eagle dollar was really part two of the Liberty Coin Act that President Reagan signed into law in 1985. So this is an American silver dollar that has a longer issue time than the Morgan dollar. It's more collected. I dare say it, it's more popular. And your final opportunity for this presentation, at least, to get one from the San Francisco Mint emergency production issue, the first San Francisco emergency production, right here, right now, for $169, or if you go quantity, you can get it all the way down to $159 a coin, $1,590. This is what every collector's been waiting for. And I got to say, in closing out, that you're going to have this one as emergency production, and you're going to be able to get the next ones as well. So don't miss out on the very first one. I want to thank you so much for watching, and I'm going to be back soon, I hope, and see you again. Bye-bye.
If you have never considered acquiring a United States rare coin, the set of American Silver Eagle dollars that I have for you today is the perfect place to begin. And your timing is absolutely flawless. I'd like you to take a look, folks. This is breathtaking. The complete 36 coin collection of the American Heraldic Eagle silver dollar. Every date from the first year of issue, 1986, to the final year of the Heraldic Eagle reverse design, 2021. In extraordinary MS 69 condition. Now, when I was in my 20s, my passion for United States rare coins was rekindled when I wandered into a coin shop and bought a book by Jim Osborne on Morgan silver dollars. It's called the Silver Dollar Encyclopedia. It had both the Morgan and Peace dollars. And each month, after reading through this book, I would save up my coin money from my regular job. And on a good month, I could spend as much as $100 on a nice Morgan dollar in exceptional, uncirculated condition. Some months, my paycheck wasn't quite as good, and I only had $40 or $50. But that was enough back then to buy a very nice, high-grade, uncirculated Morgan dollar. Now, if I were to start collecting today, and I had the same kind of budget that I had back then, adjusted for inflation, I would start with silver dollars. They are the largest silver coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. They are affordable, big, beautiful, rare coins struck in silver. But they wouldn't be Morgan dollars. In 1986, then President Ronald Reagan and the United States Mint gave Americans and collectors the world over a tremendous gift in a bill called the Liberty Coin Act, signed into law by then President Reagan on July 9, 1985, authorizing the production of a new silver dollar, struck only from silver mined in the United States of America, with the first coins being struck in San Francisco on October 29, 1986. Now, initially, these were thought of as bullion coins. The American Silver Eagle was the first silver dollar to be struck on a planchet with a full ounce of pure silver. The Morgan dollar, by comparison, had about 3/4 of an ounce of silver. The Morgan dollar, when you put it next to one of these American Silver Eagles, folks, almost looks like a $1/2 when you put the two side by side. And remember, the Morgan dollar is 90% silver. This American Silver Eagle is 100% pure silver. If you have never seen one of these American Silver Eagle dollars before, you can see why it is so popular. It's a gorgeous design, considered a classic, originally created by Adolph Weinman for the United States $1/2 in 1916. The Walking Liberty $1/2 was struck from 1916 to 1947. Here's one in 1942S. But there was a problem with the design at the Mint. Because of its high relief, most of these Walking Liberty $1/2 exhibit an incomplete strike, with a lack of detail on the high points of the coin due to inadequate die pressure. And you can see on that 1942S, along the skirt and Liberty's left hand is kind of flat. You don't see her fingers, you don't see the hand detail because of a poor strike. Now, this Adolph Weinman design, folks, on the much larger silver dollar would require even more die pressure, well over 200 tons. Now, the last time the Mint tried this in 1921 on the high relief Peace dollar, It had to be discontinued after only 3 days of production as the high die pressure required broke the dies. And so the Mint had the challenge of taking a 1 ounce blank silver planchet, the largest silver planchet ever used, to recreate one of the greatest classic works of art in the history of U.S. numismatics. And they succeeded, folks. And you take a look at one of these coins, close up, every detail, fully struck in high relief. It's just incredible. All the skirt lines, all the hand detail in Liberty's left hand, all those fingers, everything is fully struck as the artist intended. It's a masterpiece. It's a miracle. And these coins are Mint State 69. And I'll be getting to the importance of that Mint State 69 grade in just a minute. Now, like Morgan dollars, most of these extremely large American Silver Eagles in the early years of the series are badly flawed. They were not individually handled. They went through coin counting machines and dumped into rolls. These are how the rolls came from the Mint when you bought a roll of American Silver Eagles, and these are 1998s. Here are typical examples. These are 1998s, folks. Again, they were not individually handled. They were struck, ejected into bins. One coin would fall on top of another. You could see all kinds of reading marks from the rim of one coin landing on top of this one here. All those bag marks. This is the typical kind of quality you could expect. Here's another example. Higher quality, not as many marks, but if you can see the spotting, for example, when I tilt it around, you can see white milk spots around her ankle and some light scratches in the field. You know, these are all serious imperfections. Here's one that is almost mark-free, but again, we have a spotting issue. Well, one of the problems they had at the Mint, they would clean the coin blanks with the soap residue, but they would typically not clean all that, wash all that residue off, and there you see the spotting at about 8 o'clock by the field, right above the sun. Can we pick that up? A big yellow spot. They wouldn't wash all that residue off, and so the residue left on the blank, when that blank went into the coin die, it was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. And, you know, so you have spotting, you have bag marks. Here's one last coin I'll show you with some serious, more reading marks in the field. Now, these are most definitely not the American Silver Eagles I am offering you today, folks. The American Silver Eagles I have for you today are among the finest known. And I have them at a great collector-friendly price, a buy-it-now price, because this is an important window of opportunity. This series is experiencing a tsunami of interest, exploding interest, because of some recent events coming from the United States Mint, well, which I will get to in just 1 minute. This set that I have for you today, it's the complete set of the heraldic Silver Eagle, first struck in 1986. The last year they were struck, 2021. We have the complete set for only $2,995. Most importantly, if you're interested in this set, we want to make this set available to everybody who wants one while we have these sets at this price. You can put half down today of $1,497.50, and we will put one of these 36 coin sets aside for you with your name on it, put it in our vault, and pay the balance in 30 days. All 36 coins, $83, $84 a coin. The complete American Heraldic Eagle Silver Dollar Collection, first struck in 1986. The last year this Heraldic Eagle design was struck is 2021. In MS 69 condition. Now, this set that we have for you today is the perfect grade, the perfect price point for this incredible set. We could offer them in lower grade condition, certified, with the bag marks and spots that you see on these coins, but your cost would be almost the same. On the other hand, we could offer them a grade higher, flawless MS 70. a coin that would be flawless under high magnification. But then the cost of the set would go to $50,000 to $100,000 and more for a set. This set, this extraordinary set in MS69 condition, this is 1 point from the highest possible grade of MS70. For those of you who are new to numismatics, coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading scale. A low of 1, which is a coin that's very heavily worn, where you can barely read the grade, to a high of 70, which represents perfection under high magnification. Very few coins grade 70. In fact, there are no coins that I know of struck before 1960 that have ever graded in 70. That's a very, very extraordinary grade, and especially for a really large coin like the American Silver Eagle. So these MS69s, what these coins represent are coins that, when they're reviewed by the graders at NGC, and they study these coins, that may look flawless under normal magnification. They take the coin aside and then they study it under even higher magnification. If under that higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, it gets a grade of 69. So in other words, the coins in this set are basically flawless to the human eye. That's extraordinary quality. Now, of great significance to you folks, though, what's most important, it's the earliest years in this set, from 1986 through about 2005, when the quality control at the Mint was not as advanced as it is today. And it's these earliest dates that will be most in demand among all those new collectors who want to buy these coins and collect these coins. Again, most of the early issues have bag marks or spotting to one degree or another, and are generally much lower quality than the most recent modern issues. Take a look at these NGC populations of these American Silver Eagles in the highest grades, MS69 and MS70. And I've got the 69s highlighted in red. You could see in those early years how few MS70s were graded, just a few hundred coins in MS70. And then we skip through and we get to the later years, and we see for many of those years, the majority of examples certified are MS70s, because the quality control was so greatly improved in those later years, folks, at the United States Mint. When you get an American Silver Eagle today, most recently struck, there's a good chance it's going to be a 70. Back in the early years, you were lucky to get a 69. I mean, you look at the mintages of those American Silver Eagles, you had millions and millions struck and only about 100,000 graded in 6.9. That represents about 1% of the total mintage. That means you could buy 5 rolls and you might get 169 out of the roll. Now, what better representation of the American Silver Eagle than a design borrowed from our earliest silver dollars struck in the late 1700s? We call these earliest Silver Eagles the Heraldic Eagle Reverse, because this was a design borrowed from our earliest silver dollars struck in the late 1700s. And I have an actual early silver dollar here bearing the original classic Heraldic Eagle that Chief Engraver John Mercanti used as the template for the new American Silver Eagle on these coins you see today. It's a classic, folks. Now is the time to acquire one of these sets at the lowest possible ground floor opportunity price. The American Silver Eagle series, as I speak, as popular as it already is, rivaling the Morgan Dollar series in popularity, as I said earlier, is experiencing a tsunami of new collectors into this series. Because in the year 2021, as part of its celebration of the 35-year anniversary of the American Silver Eagle series, in headlines and publications across our nation, Coin World, breaking news, Mint unveils new American Eagle reverse design. New American Gold Silver Eagle reverses coming in 2021. And here's a picture of some of the reverses. One is for the gold coin, one is for the silver coin. Mint unveils New American Silver Eagle reverses. And then they talk about here, the original American Silver Eagle design with the heraldic eagle, a Mercanti masterpiece, discontinued after 2021. The American Eagle series continues on, folks, because the classic obverse Walking Liberty design by Adolph Weinman continues on. The reverse of the coin, however, with the famous heraldic eagle designed by the last chief engraver of the United States Mint, John Mercanti, will be no more. This new reverse for the year 2021 is of historic implications. Just think about this. You've seen the new reverse design. Number one, the demand for this new ASE with the new reverse will be historic. I would not be surprised if the 2021 ASE with the second reverse will be the highest mintage issue in the entire American Silver Eagle series. Number two, this translates to an army of new collectors attracted to this series. These beautiful classic silver dollars for the very first time. Folks, when the Mint announced that for a limited time they would offer a last year of issue 2021 American Eagle with the heraldic eagle reverse in proof condition with a limit of 320,000 coins to be offered beginning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time with a limit per person of 99 coins maximum, they were sold out in less than 3 minutes. That is an all-time record for the Mint being sold out that I don't think will ever be broken. Every month, there are thousands of new collectors of these American Silver Eagles. Most will assemble their set a coin at a time. And of the greatest importance is that these earlier dates, the rarest dates in high-grade condition, will be of the greatest demand. You know, many of those high-grade dollars that I first bought for $50 and $100 a coin decades ago are $500, $1,000, $2,000 coins today. I have the complete 1986 to 2021 Heraldic Eagle collection for you today for $83.19 a coin. $29.95 for the entire 36-coin Heraldic Eagle collection. But what makes this collection so attractive to so many millions of collectors is that it's just not about the money. These magnificent American Silver Eagles, in their words, images, and artistry, are a reflection of what our great country is all about. What we are always striving to be, a land of liberty, with Lady Liberty draped in the American flag, her hand outstretched, offering the gift of liberty to those who share in the values that made this country great. You know, with the sun rising ahead and the heraldic eagle on the reverse, a design first used on our silver dollars in the late 1700s. George Washington was still alive to possibly handle one of those early silver dollars. This magnificent heraldic eagle collection, all 36 coins, with all those earliest key dates that will be in the greatest demand in the years and decades ahead. Because of the limited number of sets available, there is a limit of 3 sets per caller. But if you do order 3 sets, we will take $100 off the group. So you can get 3 sets, 3 equal payments of $2,961.67. Now, that $100 off the 3 sets may not seem like much, but folks, we're already giving you our best price. We've cut it to the bone. I want to just show you what the selling prices are for many of these American Silver Eagles on the market today. Now, I said this is the perfect grade at the perfect price point. If we were to go to that MS-70 grade, folks, here we have this 36 coin set MS69, coins flawless to the eye. Just one grade higher, MS70. Here's one coin, 1986, over $21,000. That's what it sold in auction for. Just one coin, folks. Here's a 1991, over $34,000. That's what it sold for, price realized in auction. One coin. A third coin here, a 1992, over $16,000. Here's a 1996, over $21,000. One final comp. We're well over $100,000, and I've only shown you 5 or 6 comps of some of these dates, and there's 36 coins in this set. On the other hand, the MS69's out there. Here's a set being offered, and it's a partial set. It's 1986 to 2018. It doesn't cover the last 3 dates, and it's $4,000. Top-rated seller on eBay. Here's a set, MS69 as well. Partial set, missing the earliest dates and missing all the dates after 2005, and it's $3,595. That's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, folks. 100% happy customers. One final set, 1988 to 2006. A 16-coin set, $3,300. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, the highest possible rating. This is a family keepsake. It's a collection to pass down to your kids, your grandkids, as a daily reminder of our great heritage, our history, and those great American values we still strive for today. Certified and encapsulated by the premier grading service in the country, NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. Folks, the Smithsonian, the home of the greatest United States coin collection in the world, uses NGC to encapsulate their collection. In closing, this is a small window of opportunity to be able to offer this complete 36 coin collection at the price I have for you today. It's the perfect grade, incredible, essentially flawless to the eye MS69 at well below $100 a coin. Again, one grade higher, this set could cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars. But that's not the grade I think is best for you. This is the perfect grade for you folks. I want you to be happy. This is a brief moment in time. If you're recording this presentation and you're able to acquire at least one set, and you play this presentation back 10 years from now, you will be happy. You'll have a big smile on your face. Boy, that was a great price, wasn't it? Less than $100 a coin. I'm glad I took advantage of Rick's offer. On the other hand, if you pass on this opportunity and play this presentation back in 10 years, I might hear you saying something like, boy, that was a great opportunity. I wish I had acquired just one set. I want you to be happy in the years ahead. I hope you take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you for watching.
Knowledgeable, honest, sincere, author, PNG member, coin expert, passionate numismatist for 35 years, and founder of Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
From day one, on my very first show, Rick's U.S. Coin Show, when we debuted in the summer of 2014, I have always stressed to buy the coin and not the holder, because all MS65s are not equal. All proof 67s are not equal. All proof 69s are not equal. Let me show you what I mean. The very top here, I've got two 1940 proof walking Liberty half dollars. Take a look at these. One is actually a proof 66, and one is actually a proof 67, a higher grade, and it has a CAC sticker. You take a look at these coins, and I actually paid more for the proof 66 1940 than I did for the proof 67 1940. Now, why did I pay more for the lower grade coin? because the value of rare coins is not just in the numeric grade, the quality of the coin. It's also in the eye appeal of the coin for its respective issue. Eye appeal is so very, very important. Rare coins, after all, folks, are works of art. And we have to look at them that way. So when you look at these two 1940s, while the technical grade of this Proof 67 may be very accurate, it may be Proof 67 quality. I mean, the highest grade, 1940, is Proof 68. There are no 6.9s. But you look at the surfaces of this proof coin, look at the hazy toning. It was packaged for decades in a material that really toned the surfaces of the coin so that the original deeply mirrored surfaces are really no longer visible. Instead, you have this milky, opaque surface toning covering the coin, which really diminishes the eye appeal. On the other hand, here you have this 1940 lower grade, but it was so well preserved over the years, so well stored. You could see the original deep mirrored surfaces, beautiful black fields as you would expect on a proof coin. No spots, no haze, no unattractive toning. It's got all the eye appeal you would hope for on a 1940 proof. Really, as attractive and brilliant as the day it was struck back in 1940. This is the 1940 I would want you to own, my clients. These are the kinds of coins I value most highly when I put them in my inventory. These are the kind of coins I want to hold on to resell to my clients. On the second row, we've got some Mint State Franklin half dollars. Here is a beautiful, brilliant specimen, MS65 FPL. Has a little bit of gold toning, but basically very attractive, brilliant surfaces, just as it came off the die. Great luster, full strike, minimal bag marks, true MS65 FPL. Then we have in the middle an example that came from an original mint set with some of the typical toning you find in these coins from original mint sets. These coins were stored in cardboard holders as they came from the mint. The sulfur in the cardboard would tone the coins. Sometimes the toning would be really beautiful and colorful, but in most cases, it was really unattractive, like on this 1958D. You get this gray, russet toning covering the surface of the coin, really below average eye appeal. Even though the coin is an MS66 FPL, this is not the kind of coin I want to hold in my inventory. This is not the kind of coin I want to resell to one of my clients because of the lack of eye appeal. On the other hand, the toned coin next to it, look at this piece, also from a mint set. Now that last 58D I paid around $80 for in 6.6 FBL. And here's a 6.5 plus FBL, folks, that I paid over $2,000 for. A lower grade coin that I paid over $2,000 for. Why? Look at the eye appeal, look at the color toning. It's spectacular. Also from a mint set. But this one happened to be from a mint set where the toning was just off the charts. Superb. And then on the bottom row here, we've got some proof Franklins. Let me show you these two over here. Here's your typical 1954 proof Franklin as it came out of the original packaging. Notice the hazy toning around the periphery of the coin, that kind of muddy brown toning covering the periphery. Over here we have a similar 1954. Again, the packaging used back during this era, folks, was really inferior. And the coins would develop a lot of unattractive toning that really diminished the eye appeal of the coins. But now look at these two 1954s, same grade, in these new NGC We the People Franklin holders. This is the ultimate Look at this coin. This is as brilliant and deep and beautiful as the day it was struck back in 1954. And these are the kind of coins you're going to see in this new holder that I'm going to be speaking about in just a few minutes. Here's another example over here. These are the kind of coins I want you to own. That not only are top grade, but top eye appeal, folks. Original, deeply mirrored, proof surfaces, problem-free. I'm an active top buyer in the most exceptional proof and Mint State Franklin half dollars, Kennedy half dollars, proof Walking Liberty half dollars, proof Morgan dollars. I have the highest bids for the most spectacular specimens. However, they're sight-seen bids. In other words, if I put a bid on and someone ships me the coin and the eye appeal doesn't have the quality I'm looking for, the beauty that I'm looking for, if it doesn't meet my standards, I have the right to return the coin to the owner, and I have no obligation to purchase that coin. Why do I stress eye appeal so much? Well, it's really, really simple. When you think about it, again, rare coins are an art form. As a collector, I've always appreciated a rare coin with superior eye appeal and beauty when compared to a coin of the same grade, but without that beauty. So I have always focused on only acquiring the highest possible rare coins with the greatest possible beauty and eye appeal. So, when the time comes when you go to sell your coin to another collector or dealer, that coin that you acquired from me, the first impression that that future owner will have is the eye appeal and beauty of your collection. When you bring your collection out to share with friends or at your local coin show or coin club, the most beautiful examples that you've acquired from yours truly, when they see those coins, experienced collectors or novices alike, what they'll first notice and admire is the beauty of your collection. And then they may look at the grade on the label. My philosophy is really, really simple. Franklin and Kennedy half dollars have been an area of specialization for me for several decades now. I've devoted several books to these coins, and the result has been a booming market for the finest proof in Mint State Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. Here's a 1951 proof 67 plus Franklin, a little over a year ago, sold for over $82,000. The previous record price for a proof Franklin was, I think, around $63,000. Here's a Mint State Franklin, MS67 plus FBL. Says at the bottom there, price realized $110,000. That doesn't include the auction house premium that they charge. With the auction house fee, the actual price paid was $129,250. Why? Because not just only is it very, very high grade, but look at the eye appeal of the coin. Fabulous eye appeal. If it had that same grade, but had the eye appeal of, for example, that one 1958D I showed you with the unattractive toning, oh, it might have sold for $5,000 to $10,000. Eye appeal cannot be underestimated. So you're seeing these record prices in Franklin's, and for all the right reasons. The collector of today has the opportunity to acquire some truly beautiful, top quality, and conditionally extremely rare and desirable United States half dollars, Franklin half dollars, Franklin silver half dollars. The last half dollar series struck entirely in 90% silver. The largest denomination still struck by the Mint today for commerce. I'm able to offer all this to you folks watching at the most collector-friendly price. I'm extremely protective of you folks, my clients. So I've spent the last 2 years working with NGC, developing the most stringent grading standard possible that emphasizes not just the technical grade on the holder, but also the eye appeal of your Franklin in the holder as well. Of course, coins of this highest caliber need a very special holder, something that will distinguish them from all the other coins out there. And the holder NGC and I developed, I'm referring to as the We the People Franklin holder. It's made from the highest quality medical grade plastics. They're sealed airtight. I would like you to take a look at the 2 sets I'm able to offer today, folks. In the highest grade NGC has ever given these dates, Proof 68 and Proof 69, with the greatest possible eye appeal in brilliant proof condition. Every year from 1955 to the last year of the series, 1963. Proof 68 Franklins with this kind of eye appeal are really, really rare. I'm going to show you the populations in 1 minute. You're going to be shocked. These sets, folks, are in very limited supply. I'm going to tell you the story about the rarity of these coins in a few minutes. I have a handful of these sets, a limited number of these sets in Proof 68. But I also have some of these sets in Proof 69. Proof 69 is the highest grade any Franklin has ever received from NGC. In fact, there is no $50 struck from this era or earlier that has ever been graded Proof 69. If you're looking for the finest Proof Morgan dollar, it's a Proof 69. If you're looking for the finest Walking Liberty $50, it's a Proof 69. The finest Barber $50 is a Proof 69. Now nowadays, over the last 25, 30 years, the Mint has been developing new technologies to improve the product of their Proof coins. So nowadays when you buy a Proof set, you can get a Proof 70 because of the advanced technology. Folks, these were struck in an earlier era when the technology was basically the same technology that they were using carried over from the 1800s. These coins were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint. Now, if you're new to collecting, very, very briefly, what's a Proof coin versus a Mint State coin? I brought some Mint State coins with. Mint State coins are the kind of coins that were struck for commerce that we, used to, for spending money that we find in our pocket change. 1963, here was the Franklin $50 struck for commerce. You can see it has silvery surfaces, it has numerous bag marks. Mint State coins didn't receive any kind of special treatment. They were struck once, dumped into bins, they went through coin counting machines, dumped into bags, shipped to banks throughout the country, so they would receive numerous bag marks along the way. So even though this coin is uncirculated, it has a lot of bag marks. Proof coins, on the other hand, were struck from very highly polished dies. They're meant to represent the state of the art, finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Because of the tremendous amount of labor that goes to making Proof coins, they're struck in very limited numbers. Here's a chart that shows the production of Mint State Franklins versus Proof Franklins from 1955 to 1963. You can see they didn't strike very many Mint State Franklins in 1955, only about 2.5 million, but Proofs only 378,000. 1958, almost 29 million Mint State Franklins for commerce, but only 875,000 for Proof. Now in 1961, collecting really took off. When you got into the late 50s, early 60s, our country was experiencing an economic boom. Really, we were just recovering from World War II. You have to think in terms of demographics of the time. Here we had all these GIs coming back after the war and raising young families, and not many people had the money to collect coins back in the early 50s. But by the late 50s, these families were becoming established. We had a growing middle class. There was a tremendous increase in home ownership. People were able to own their own car, own their own TV. And you saw a lot of people who were able to afford their passions, like coin collecting. So you saw a tremendous increase in the number of proof coins being issued by the U.S. Mint because of the demand. 3 million sets in those years. That was a record. Now, proof coins require a lot of labor. A proof coin, first of all, when they were made at the old Franklin Mint in Philadelphia, they would take the finest dies, polish them to a very high degree, take the coin blanks, give them a polishing treatment as well, and they would actually wash the blanks in a soap solution, and then they were supposed to rinse that soap solution off of the blanks and then place those blanks into the die and strike them not once but twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of that design. Then finally, unlike mint state coins where once they were struck they were dumped into bins where they were braided with other coins, proof coins were individually handled. They were not allowed to braid with other coins. They were put in their own cellophane packaging. They're meant to represent the state of the art. But again, this was the old Philadelphia Mint, folks. And the state of the art back in the 1950s and 1960s was not the state of the art as it is today. Most of your proof coins from that early era are flawed to one degree or another. And most of them are terribly flawed. To give you an idea of the difference in quality of the proof coins made today versus the proof coins made 50 and 60 years ago. Take a look at these population charts here I have to put it all in perspective. Today, modern technology has truly taken over proof production. The machines really have taken over. It's no longer a craft like it was back in the 50s and 60s where you had craftsmen preparing the dies, striking the proof coins, handling the proof coins. Now it's all done by machine. And then the packaging today is state-of-the-art. I mean, here's a 1991 set. You look at the proof coins in here, they're absolutely flawless to the eye. You look at that Kennedy half dollar. It is, looks like it's perfection. And anything you see is probably on the plastic. The coin itself, you know, it's flawless to the eye. And so you look at that population report there from NGC, and you see those 2019 S. Kennedys. All the coins, even though that was only came out relatively recently, NGC has yet to grade an example in proof 68. They've only graded 1,160 in 69. They've already graded over 20,000 in proof 70, the highest possible grade. In other words, the majority of 2019 Kennedys that have gone through their door have been flawless proof 70 quality. But then you go to the year 1964, which was the first year of the Kennedy half dollar in proof. Well, you had two varieties back then. You had the accented hair Kennedy, which was the very first Kennedy struck. They only struck it for a couple weeks, folks. They struck about 100,000 examples. They had a lot of production problems with that coin. It was quickly replaced by the Type 2 Kennedy. And you could see there, the 1964 Type 2, 11,000 examples graded in proof 68. Only 4,500 in 6.9, and none in 70. The accented hair were struck in very small numbers, a lot of quality control problems, only 1,700 graded in 6.8 and only 294 in 6.9. But now you look at all those Franklins. You had some years which were a little easier to find in high grade 6.9 than others. Most notable being the 1956 and the 1957, where you had over 1,000 examples graded in 6.9. But look how small that number is compared to the 1964 Kennedy. So the 1964, proof 69, folks, Kennedy, a very rare coin, only around 4,500 examples certified. You'll see them going for $1,500 and more. There's one for $1,530 by a dealer with almost 100% positive feedback. There's another one, a dealer with 100% positive feedback for $1,600. There's one for $1,700, another dealer with 100% positive feedback. And then there's an accident hair, proof 69, the rarer of the two varieties. Dealer with 100% positive feedback for $3,000. The key date Kennedy in proof 69 condition. We go back to our chart, these earlier Franklins. This was an era where high-grade proof Franklins are so very, very rare. I've got one date in particular I'm going to show you just as an educational tool. I have some 1958s with me today. It's one of the tougher dates you can see there. It's not the rarest date, but it's a rare date. Only 3,100 examples graded in 6.8 condition and only 356 graded in 6.9. Why are these coins so rare? Even though they struck 875,000 examples, why are they so rare in high-grade condition? A couple years ago, I bought a group of sealed 1958 proof sets. There were about 100 of them. Sealed from the mint. They had never been opened. This does happen, folks. I once bought a deal of several boxes of 1957 proof sets, sealed in boxes of 50. Had never been opened from the U.S. Mint. And this was a group where there were almost 100 1958 sets with originally sealed. Well, I bought this deal. I paid a premium because they were original sealed sets, and most of the proof sets nowadays have been picked through. All the finest Franklins that used to be in these sets have been picked through. I mean, there's hardly any proof set from this era that hasn't been looked through at least 10 or 20 times by collectors and dealers. So when you get an opportunity to buy sealed, truly sealed sets, it's exciting. I thought, well, you know, there might be some proof 67s in there, or maybe even a few proof 68s. My experience has been that when I get a really nice group of 1958 sets that have never been picked through, some really cherry sets, out of 100 sets, I might get 2 or 3 examples at grade proof 68. A 6.9 is virtually impossible. So anyway, I bought these sets. And after opening the first 10 or 15, every one had the typical problem you see on 1958 halves, milk spots. And this was a problem not just on 1958 half dollars, but also 1958 quarters, 1958 dimes, all the silver issues. And all the silver issues from 1958 through 1964 had this very same problem. Now, over the past several years, I would open 2 or 3 of these sets at a time in other presentations to show the viewers exactly what these milk spots look like, you know, and the kind of problems we expect when we open these early sets. The milk spots were really a quality control problem back in this early era, folks. As I said earlier, back in the 50s and 60s, proof making was a lot more of a craft. Machines had not taken over, and you had some good craftsmen and some not so good craftsmen. And one of the procedures back then was to clean the blanks before they went into the die, to wash them in a soap solution. Unfortunately, the craftsmen during that era apparently weren't very conscientious. So they would wash the blanks, these silver blanks, in a soap residue, soap solution, but they wouldn't then wash all that soap solution off the blank before it went into the die. They would leave some of that soap solution on the blank. So when that blank went into the die, you had about 200 tons of pressure coming down on that blank. The soap residue was struck into the coin. And we refer to them as milk spots because they're white spots. And so I've got just a handful of unopened sets left from this original group of 100. Most of them, again, have been opened. But I like to open them, you know, in front of you folks, our viewers, to show you exactly, you know, firsthand the experience of opening one of these sets. And again, I'm betting that these sets will be spotted just as all the others, because this is a particularly bad batch of 1958 sets where the quality control was just really, really horrible. So I've just opened this set. This is the original set as it came from the mint, dated 1958. As you can see there, 1958 PC. Treasury Department, United States Mint, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I've cut it open. This set comes in this This is the original cellophane packaging. You can see how they're in their individual compartments. And so far, the set looks really nice. That $50 looks very deeply mirrored. Problem is, the cellophane is a little opaque-ish, so it can obscure a lot of minor imperfections. So what I'm going to do now is cut the coin out of the cellophane envelope. And then we'll take a look at what we find here. This is actually one of the nicer examples. However, now you can see when we zoom in, look at the spots around 8 o'clock and back of Franklin's head, those small milk spots. Look at all those small milk spots in front of his face, the small spots on top of his head there. You could count at least a dozen of those spots. Each of those spots, folks, lowers the grade of the coin. And this is one of the finer examples. I mean, they can get really bad. And there you can see a real prominent dark spot on the lower right quadrant of the Liberty Bell, on the yoke on the upper left. Beautiful mirrored surfaces, but these spots are struck into the coin. So now when you look at those population numbers, you can begin to understand and appreciate the rarity of the sets that I have for you today. I have a limited number of these exclusive We the People Franklin sets in proof 68 condition. I have even fewer sets in proof 69 condition. Proof 69 is the ultimate. To give you an idea of how superior the proof 69 set is, I looked at the #1 ranked Franklin set on the NGC set registry. The NGC set registry is a registry where any collector can take their collection, enter the serial number of the coins in their collection, and the computer will know exactly the grade of the coin, and it'll add up all the coins in this set, and it'll rank their set. The #1 ranked set on the NGC registry has every coin in proof 69 from 1955 to 1963, except for the 1960, which it has in proof 68 condition. So the #1 set, folks, on the NGC registry is missing the 1960 in proof 69. The set I have for you is superior to the set ranked #1 on the NGC registry, the proof 69 set. When you take a look at this set, NGC gives point values to the coins based on the quality and grade of the coin. And every coin in that proof 69 set that I have for you today, in that 6-9 column, that's the point value of each of those coins. The total is excluding the type 1 for now, because you don't need the type 1 in the NGC registry. But adding all those points up, you have 12,766. The #1 set on the registry has 11,750. The best part of this collection, I mean, it would be kind of nice to own a Rolls Royce, but you have to pay a Rolls Royce price. If you go to a major show, you'll find many dealers' cases with extremely rare coins. And when you ask the prices, you'll hear numbers like $10,000 for a coin, $20,000. Now, for me as a collector who loves owning the best from day one, that's what I talked about. That's what I had on my business card. This is my very first business card that I used back in the early 1980s, right at the upper corner there. Do you want the best? That's what I've always wanted to offer my clients, the best. Especially when you don't have to pay top dollar to get the best. My job is to offer you the highest possible quality rare coins at the lowest collector-friendly price possible. It's that simple. And it's taken me literally decades of work, writing books, acquiring many of the finest proof Franklins over the last 25, 30, 35 years, back when they were still available, and placing them with my clients, giving them first crack at my finest selections. The coins I have here, folks, these were originally placed with my clients back in the early and mid-1980s. There was no PCGS back then. There was no NGC. They opened their doors for business around 1986, 1987. What I was doing back then before that, from 1981 through 1986, I was taking the finest proof coins out there, the coins without spots, without hairlines, and I was placing them with clients. And there was a standard grade. There was no proof 65, proof 66, proof 67, proof 68. I was basically just selling coins that were flawless or as close to flawless as possible, all for the same price. So I charged them one flat price. And now here we are, some 35 years later. My clients submitted those coins for grading, and they came back proof 67, some in proof 68, and even a few in proof 69. My clients were thrilled, and they've passed their good fortune on to me, allowing me to acquire these coins, folks, for a small fraction of normal wholesale price, so that I'm able to pass those below wholesale prices on to you in some tremendous savings in these new Franklin We the People holders. You're getting the best of the best at the lowest price possible. If you look around and shop around and look at some of the prices, just generic high-grade proof Franklins are going for, folks. I showed you a few. I specialize in United States rare coins. I specialize in the kind of coins that I understand, that where I've done the research and I understand the rarity of the coins, where I'm able to write books that are informational, educational, that have great information for the collector of today and for the future. One of the things I've never done, folks, is offer bullion on my show. I don't speculate in bullion. I never understood bullion. Take a look at this chart here. I remember going back several years when silver was around $45, $47 an ounce. There were dealers on other shows just promoting silver bullion, telling collectors and viewers to back the truck up. Now's the time to buy. Well, now silver's around $17 an ounce. All those viewers who bought silver when it was $47 an ounce. Now, I happen to believe that someday silver will be back up to $47 an ounce, even well beyond $47 an ounce. However, when that day will come, I have no idea. I'm not about to predict when. Now, what I was selling back in 2011 were high-grade proof Franklins. And you could get a complete set back then from me at around $19,000, $20,000. Just a couple of years ago, that same set was around $40,000. Today, that set is almost $50,000. Why? Because of the very limited supply. And today, I've taken it a step higher, folks, with these new Franklin We the People holders, where you're getting the absolute finest examples. One thing I didn't mention, those population numbers you saw, those small, minuscule population numbers of a few hundred coins in proof 69 for those Franklin half dollars. These custom We the People Franklins will have their own populations in the NGC population reports. And those populations will be a small fraction of those totals. These are going to be very, very exclusive. But even the generic Franklins, when you look at some of the prices of them, the run-of-the-mill coins, here's a 1955, proof 67. Again, I have a proof 68 set here, folks. Here you have a 6.7, top-rated seller, basically $1,000 just for that one coin in proof 67. Here's a 56 in proof 68, over $1,100. So right there, you're at $2,100. There's a 57, $1,700 for a proof 68. You're already almost at $4,000. And there's a 60 in proof 68. You're well over $5,000. I've got this entire set. These came from some early collections, folks, back when you could find flawless proof Franklins in original sets that hadn't been picked through. I got these coins at a great price from my clients from many, many decades ago, and I'm passing the savings on to you. I've got this entire set, folks, for only $1,595. $1,595. That's the 1955, the 56 Type 2, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, and 63, all for only $1,595. It's available on the two-payment option. $797.50 down today, the balance in 30 days. And you will get a free library edition hardcover of my latest Franklin and Kennedy book, published by Whitman Folks. I'm working on the encyclopedia version of that book. It'll be out in a couple of years. But with one of these sets, you will get a hand-signed limited edition. But I have one more big bonus coin for you with this set, a coin I haven't talked about. What I have with this deal, and this is a great part of the whole story, because when I placed these coins, when I sold these coins to my clients back in the early 1980s, I was selling them 1956 Franklins, and we recognized that there were two different varieties of the 1956. There was what we called the Type 1 and the Type 2. And I actually wrote about it. It was first really publicized in my first book, which came out in early 1992, where I had pictures of the Type 1 and Type 2 Franklin. And here in my first book on page 38, I had pictures of the Type 1 and the Type 2 reverse. Well, when I place these coins with my clients, I basically charge them the same price. I think I charge them $2 extra for a Type 1, okay? And so my clients had some Type 1s in this deal. Now, the Type 1 Franklin struck in very small numbers. Here's the population estimate. It was only struck for maybe a month in 1956 before they changed the reverse. Estimated only 25,000 1956 Type 1 Franklins struck. The Type 1 Franklin uses the reverse of the 1950 to 1955 proof Franklins. Early in 1956, they redesigned the reverse, primarily the design of the eagle on the reverse. And from that point on, every Franklin struck used the Type 2 design. It's a major variety. It's one of the most important varieties in the entire Franklin series because it's a variety you can easily see with your naked eye. You take a look at the Type 1 reverse, and you notice the neck feathers on the eagle. There are no neck feathers. And you really can't see any wing feathers. Versus the Type 2 reverse, you notice the articulated neck feathers, the feathers in the leg, and the wing feathers are all articulated. And when you count the number of feathers in the right wing there at the bottom, there's only those 3 prominent wing feathers in the right wing. Where you look at the Type 1, you can easily count 5 wing feathers. So it's a very obvious design change from the Type 1 to the Type 2. You look at the population numbers, how rare this Type 1 is, folks. The coin is even rarer than the accident hair Kennedy. Only 1,021 examples in proof 68, 220 in proof 69. And here's the bonus part. I got a great price on these Type 1s from these clients. So if you want the set with the Type 1 included, as you see here, the 10 coin set, normally this would be a $1,300 to $1,500 coin. I've got this coin included for only an additional $700. The total set with the Type 1 for only $2,295 for the entire 10 coin set. Again, available on the 2-payment option. We got a lot of people calling in on this set with the Type 1. I have a limited number of these sets with the Type 1, folks. I mean, again, extremely rare in any condition. Only an estimated 25,000 total mintage. Any Type 1, folks, any Type 1, no matter the condition, will one day be a $1,000 to $2,000 coin because it's extremely rare in any condition. And it's part of this set in proof 68. Every coin, proof 68. The finest proof 68s in the new Franklin We the People holder for only $2,295. Call in now. Now, the 6-9 sets. Wow. The 6-9 sets are just a dream come true for me. Here's just a few Proof 69 comps from, again, top-rated dealers, collectors that we've been able to find. There is one with a dealer almost 100% positive feedback. $1,800 for a 1955 Proof 69. There's a Proof 67 in 6-9 for $1,500. Just for those two coins, you're at $3,300. There's a 1959 for $1,800. You're at $5,100. A 1960 Proof 69, $3,800. We're at $8,900 just for those four coins, folks. Now again, let's take a quick look at the population totals for those Franklins in Proof 69. You can see the rarest dates there, the key dates. Well, you got the 58, the 59, 60, 61, and 62, all extremely rare, with populations between 278 coins and 356 coins. But then the rarest of all is that 56 Type 1, only 220 coins. Far rarer than the accented hair, which sells for $3,000. If you decide to add the Type 1 Franklin in the set, that again is the key date, the rarest date. Total estimated mintage. Total mintage, perhaps around 25,000 coins originally struck. Most have not survived in any kind of decent condition. There are only 1,021 examples that have been certified in Proof 68 and only 220 in Proof 69. That's it. It is the King Kong of this set. The best news, though, is that, again, this was part of that collection when I placed these coins with my clients back in the early 1980s, before my first book came out. They paid a tiny premium for the Type 1s I was selling them for. Okay, we got the coins back. We got some great grades. The coins are extremely valuable. They gave me some great, great prices on the coins, the Type 1s I was able to acquire from them, as just a token of their gratitude, really. Now you look at those pops. When you see some of these listed, for example, here's one on eBay, a coin that's not even gradable, for $1,995. It's genuine. Now when you, this is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Okay, this is a well-respected dealer. Now, when they say that it's genuine, it's a coin that's not gradable. I have a few examples of some coins that are in holders that are not gradable because of they have various issues. For example, here's a 1950 Proof Details. It has a reverse planchet flaw, so they don't even grade it. It's not gradable. Here's another one, reverse improperly cleaned. Now you look at it, it's really difficult to tell where it's improperly cleaned. You need a magnifying glass, a strong telescope to discover where it was improperly cleaned, and yet it's not gradable, okay? Here's another coin, beautiful coin, beautiful toning, but it's not genuine toning, it's artificial toning, it's not gradable. So there you got this 56 Type 1, even though it's a flawed coin that's not gradable, it's still a couple $1,000s. But then you get the real deal. Here's one in Proof 69. It's a $5,000 coin, top-rated seller. And here's the beautiful part, folks. The set in Proof 69, instead of paying $3,000 or $4,000 additional, at $3,000 additional, that would be a great price. I've got the set with the Type 1 in Proof 69 for an additional, hold on, call in now. Again, the 6-9 sets I have in really limited quantities. I have fewer than 10 sets. It's an additional $1,200 if you include the Type 1 in Proof 69, folks. That's it. $1,200. It goes from a $6,795 set to only $79.95 with the Type 1 in Proof 69 condition. Now I've got this entire set. If you don't want to swing it with the Type 1, the complete set without the Type 1, folks, is $6,795 for the 9-coin set. $6,795. That's about $750 a coin for the 9-coin set. Again, this is in the custom, state-of-the-art, We the People holder, the new holder that NGC and I have developed. The Numismatic Guarantee Corporation is, along with PCGS, the leading independent third-party grading service in the country, folks. I've been working with NGC for the past several years creating this new holder, a momentous new holder that offers special recognition to those Franklin half dollars that epitomize those most extraordinary specimens that offer the collector the greatest possible eye appeal and quality for their grade. In short, these Franklin half dollars, in their opinion and in my opinion, represent the absolute best of the best. And again, these coins will have their own population totals in the NGC population reports. As great as that price is, $6,795, I have a handful of 1956 Type 1s that came back in proof 69, folks. This is normally a $3,000 to $4,000 coin all by itself. But again, these were placed with clients back in the early 1980s. I got an amazing deal on the entire collection. And I'm able to offer this set with the Type 1 for only an additional $1,200. You can own the entire set with the Type 1, every coin in proof 69 for $7,995. That's $799 a coin, folks. With all of those rarities in the state-of-the-art We the People Franklin holders. It's available on the two-payment option. The two-payment option put half down today, $3,997.50 in the balance in 30 days. I have a limited number of these sets. Again, these were from collections I helped put together back in the early 1980s when I could find extraordinary Franklins in original sets. Today we're at a point in time when virtually all the original sets have been picked through. The remaining original sets have coins like I showed you earlier in the presentation, spotted, hair-lined, very badly damaged. These coins, again, you take a look at every one of these pieces. They are as pristine, haze-free, brilliant, and spot-free as the day they were struck. These state-of-the-art Franklin We the People holders that NGC and I have developed just for you, guaranteeing you the greatest possible eye appeal and quality for the grade, folks. This is the best I can do. I hope you can take advantage of it. Either set is a grand slam opportunity for the collector of today. Again, this complete set with the Type 1 is only $2,295. The set in proof 69, if you don't want to get it with the Type 1, is only $6,795. But the bonus coin, that ultra rare Type 1, is only an additional $1,200, $7,995. Courtesy of the clients I placed these coins with many, many decades ago. We had the coins graded. The clients were thrilled with the grades. They gave me some great deals on the coins. I'm passing those great deals on to you today. Limited quantities of both sets in proof 68, proof 69. Don't forget, I'm throwing in one of my remaining copies of this latest edition of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar book. And again, a reminder, I'm working with Whitman on an encyclopedia version of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar series. It's going to be this kind of size. We had a couple of mock-ups of some possible covers. This is not what you're going to see, but we were just playing around. We thought, what should we have on the cover of the book? So we're already experimenting with that. The book is well underway. It's going to be a huge, huge book, but it's necessary. The popularity of the Franklin and Kennedy series is just growing by leaps and bounds with every passing month. This is a set for the collector of today with so much future potential. And here we have these ultimate Franklin sets. first ever offered here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, an exclusive to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm the only one working with NGC on these state-of-the-art We the People Franklin holders, folks. Again, will have their own populations in the NGC population reports. The numbers are going to be minuscule because very, very few Franklins will meet the standards of the We the People holder. Thank you for watching. Miles, do you know what I was so thrilled about back in 1992? After all these years when you're buying proof coins from this 1971 for decades, all the coins were clad. They had taken all the silver out.
Right.
Remember that? It felt like such a loss. And then in 1992, the Mint decided to reinstitute the 90% silver half-dollar, quarter, and dime in their proof sets.
Exactly. And superb quality.
The very first sets, it was such an obvious difference because that snow white cameo and that silver was so different and beautiful compared to the clad, which
Well,
was
it just shows up snowy white compared to more of a darker gray satiny look, and not as precise and not as stark.
No, definitely not. And the coins were struck in limited quantity, folks. Take a look here. What we have today are the silver-proof Kennedys from the statehood quarter era. In other words, the silver-proof Kennedy struck from 1999, which was the first year of the statehood quarter series, to 2008, which was the last year of the statehood quarter series.
So you have 10 years of silver state proof sets.
That's right.
Then you have the silver Kennedys, and these are each individual coin that came from each individual year of the state quarter program from 1999 to 2008.
Now, folks, we've got an option for you here. This is going to be a short presentation because while I have almost 30 of the sets in 6.9, I only have 7 of the sets in 70 condition. It's really difficult. You guys, NGC is really strict when it comes to the 70 grade. And I'm sure, Miles, as a verifier over all the decades, there were a lot of times when the graders would hand you a coin that they graded 70, and as the finalizer, as the verifier, you would look at it and say, no, guys, I'm sorry, this is not a 70, and you would kick it back out.
It's human nature to always find something wrong.
Yeah.
And that's why coins fall out of those holders and they go down to 69 from 70. So, you know what? We try to have the quality be consistent and precise, and keep the coins beautiful for collectors to like.
Exactly, yeah. Folks, these are incredibly elusive. To get one of these coins, I mean...
And you've got a couple of good offers here. You've got them both in 69 sets and 70 sets.
Every one of these, again, folks, I review every one before I even submit it to NGC. That's why it has my ECC seal, because again, I review these, and you can see beautiful 90% silver Kennedy half dollars during the statehood quarter era from 1999 through 2008. The grading fees alone, again, if you're going to try to do this set yourself, you'd find that the grading fee is $20. There's a handling fee of $10. They're going to ship the coin back to you registered mail, which is $24. The cost of the coin, some of these silver issues, folks, Kennedy half dollars are $30, $40, $50 just for the coin ungraded. So if you try to do it on your own, for a 6/9 set would end up costing you well over $1,000. And then we have these same sets in 70. And very importantly, they struck a lot fewer of the silver sets than they did the clad sets. The silver sets are very, very low mintage. And look at these 70s, absolutely flawless. Flawless under higher magnification, and that I understand is the standard, where they take a coin and if it looks flawless under normal grading conditions, they then review it under higher.
Well, no more than 5 power magnification to find anything wrong with it.
Exactly.
And these coins have been deemed not to, and that's why they make the 70 grade, and they make it through the verification process, and they get shipped back to the owners.
And you can see for most of those years, they struck fewer than 1 million examples. That's the total mintages, folks. Now, we've got these sets today, the 6-9 sets, okay? The 10-coin set. The entire set, folks, is only $479. That's $47.90 a coin for the 10-coin set. $479 for the set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. They're all going to be graded by NGC in the state-of-the-art NGC holders. With my ECC seal, I've reviewed every one of these before they get submitted to NGC.
Ultimately, Rick, they've been double verified.
That's
NGC has
exactly.
verified them in their final state
That's
of the grade,
right.
and you've approved them for your
I'm
customers.
really picky when it comes to proof coins for my clients. Extreme, I want my clients to have the best. Now we get to the 70s. Folks, now is the time for the 70 sets, because I was not involved in the 70s back when they first came out some 15 years ago, because the coins were going for moon money. I mean, here's some auction prices, folks, and these were for clad Kennedys with higher mintages. A 2000 that sold in auction for over $1,200, just the one coin. And here's one, a 2001, that sold for $1,725 for the one coin. Here's a 2002 that sold for $977. A 2003 clad that sold for over $2,500. This is a price realized. I was not involved in the 70s at that point in time. I just thought the prices were too high for what you were getting.
Well, the prices, the prices make it very collectible. You've set it so that somebody can get a nice 10-coin set in 69 or a 10-coin set in 70.
Yes.
Get a wonderful package of coins in the mail of great Kennedys. And, there's so many, you have so many collectors of Kennedys around the world, and on your television show, Rare Collectibles Television, that want to collect Kennedys. Yeah. These are all the silvers from 1999 to 2008.
Exactly, and this is the great time, folks. At $300 a coin, this set would be $3,000, which would be much, much better price than you would have had to pay, say, 10 years ago.
Exactly.
$29.95 would be a great price. $19.95 would be an even better price.
But you've got a fantastic price.
I've got a
today.
fantastic price. We only have 7 of these sets, but we have the entire set, folks, for $1,095. $109.50 a coin. Folks, now is the time to build an incredible ultimate proof Kennedy collection. Because now I have a limited number of these sets. Limited number of these sets in NGC Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, the finest possible condition and grade, for $109.50 a coin. In other words, the entire 10-coin Statehood Series set for $1,095. I only have 7 of these sets assembled at this point in time. It's really difficult putting this set together, especially the 1999. I have a hard time getting that coin.
In the history of the U.S. Mint, there's only going to be one state quarter program.
Yes.
And these are going to be the largest size coins issued in those state quarter program.
That's right, yeah.
And they'll be the only silver Kennedy $half from that program, period.
Yeah. They're going to an incredible demand for these. The Kennedy $half series. When you look on the NGC registry, Miles, and you look at all the collectors who have sets entered in the registry in the $half series, I mean, there's a lot of collectors with Walker sets. But the Franklin and Kennedy sets have by far the most collectors with their sets on the registry.
And especially the Kennedy. It's a global coin.
Yes.
His presidency of Camelot was very global.
Yeah.
I know collectors in South America. I know collectors in Europe. And I know collectors in Asia that collect John F. Kennedy $half simply because of his presidency and what he meant at the time.
I remember when he was in Germany. What was it? Ich bin ein Berliner.
That's it.
Yeah, John, that famous moment in time when he visited Germany, We have the set for you today, folks. Again, a short presentation. We have these sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo for only $47.90 a coin. $479 for the 10-coin set. Again, reviewed by myself and then submitted to NGC. In the state-of-the-art NGC holders, these are, again, the Smithsonian holders, the same kind of state-of-the-art holders that the Smithsonian uses to house their own collection, the greatest coin collection in the world. And here you're getting the greatest Kennedy set in the world, highest possible condition and grade Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for only $109.50 a coin. Now $1,095 for the entire 10-coin set in the finest known condition.
And these two packages are great. You know, as a collector, you can get a 69
Great
set
place
of
to start.
69 set of 10 coins. Great for any collection.
Yeah,
If you want to step up, spend a little bit more money, buy the 70s, you can get that set at a little bit more money. But either way, these coins are a one-time happening in American history, and over what, 227 years of the U.S. Mint.
That's right.
That these coins were made. Period. That's it. They're not going to happen again. There's not going to be another state quarter program again.
That's exactly right. Because people talk about investing in bullion, for example.
Right.
And the point I always try to make is that, you know, gold and silver, there's always gold and silver reserves out there. There's a lot of mines, though, that aren't operating right now that are closed because of the low price of silver. Right. But as soon as silver spikes, it becomes worthwhile to reopen those mines, and all of a sudden there's this greater supply of silver that comes onto the market. That doesn't happen with these. What struck is all there is.
No, that's it.
That's it.
Like I said, in 227 years in the history of the Mint, there's only been one state quarter program, like I said. These are the only Kennedys, one of the most popular presidents in American history on a coin, one of the most heavily collected amongst beginning collectors, would I say novice collectors or advanced collectors. The global thirst for Kennedy and his coinage will always remain popular.
Folks, get them now. 10-coin State Series set, Kennedy half dollars, 1999 to 2008. The silver issues, not the clad, the lower vintage silver issues, 69 Ultra Cameo, only $479. But then the ultimate set, the same years for only $1,095. We've got a lot of people calling in. Got to cut it right here because, again, I only had a limited number of these sets in 70 from Miles and I. Miles, thank you so much. This has been a thrill to be able to do this presentation with you. Thanks for watching, folks, but please stay tuned. We do have another great United States coin presentation coming right up. I have got a great Kennedy special mint set issue for you folks today. This coin, first of all, it's a major variety / error in the Kennedy half dollar series. I've given a presentation on this coin in the past, but it's been many years, folks, since I've been able to do another. It's such a rare coin. Caitlin, you've specialized in special mint set Kennedys for several years. You once went through a collection of 1966 sets.
Yes.
Tell us about your experience trying to find one of these major varieties.
So you'll go through thousands of SMS sets, and the 1966 sets, first of all, the box is a pain in the butt to open and take it out. And so when you're going through so many, that alone takes so much time. But more importantly, once you actually get it out and get to see the coin, you might get, you might find one in a day that's a double die obverse. And even then, it's going to be littered with all types of bag marks and scratches. And it's one of the most frustrating things to look for. But we did the work for you, right?
That's what we did. Yeah, and you mentioned what it is. It's the double die obverse 1966 special mint set Kennedy. This is so significant. Now, to give you an idea of what the double die obverse is all about, many of you are familiar with the 1955 double die obverse Lincoln cent. Caitlin, you've got a picture of one of those here. Now, folks, double die obverse, because of its familiarity with a lot of collectors, this coin goes for a lot of money. I mean, mid-state examples in mid-state 63 go for $10,000, $15,000. 6.5s can go for $40,000. Circulated examples, circulated brown examples, go for a couple $1,000s. And the thing is, I mean, they're really rare, but this 66 special mint set Kennedy is in the same ballpark in terms of rarity. And in fact, it may even be rarer. Here's a population totals of some of the major variety / error coins that kind of relate to the double die obverse. You've got the 1964 accented hair Kennedy, which most of us are familiar with. That's a major variety. I love the accented hair when I can find them in gem condition. NGC has graded about 12,500 examples in all grades of the accented hair. On the other hand, the regular type 2, the more common variety, they've graded about 28,000 examples. Now, the 1955 double die obverse Lincoln cent that we just referred to, NGC in all grades has graded around 3,500 examples. And then you have the double die obverse SMS Kennedy, 1966. A grand total of 1,588 coins, about half that of the double die Lincoln. Now, the beautiful part, folks, about this is that, again, this is kind of a discovery coin. I write about it in my latest books. It's coming out in my new Whitman book on Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. But the majority of collectors and dealers out there are not familiar with this major variety. And so as a result, the prices aren't as escalated as they would be if as many collectors and dealers knew about this coin as they know about the 1955 double die obverse Lincoln. And so that's to your benefit. Now, first of all, then, what exactly is the double die obverse special mint set Kennedy? Caitlin's got a picture here for you that compares a typical 1966 SMS Kennedy to an example with the double die obverse. And it's a major variety, and this is why I'm so excited about it, because I'm really only concerned about the major varieties. A major variety is something you can easily see with your naked eye. You don't need magnification to see it. I mean, there's a lot of die varieties out there that are really rare, but if you need an 8-power loop or 16-power loop to see it, I'm not interested. This is like the accented hair, like the 55 double die obverse Lincoln. You can easily see it with your naked eye. And you can see on the right there the obvious doubling around Kennedy's chin and up through his mouth and into his nose. Very, very obvious, very, very pronounced. It's right there. You can see it from, 5 feet away with your naked eye. Now, today, folks, I've got some examples in MS66. It's an extraordinary grade. We don't have a lot of these coins. They're very rare. We've got around 75 of them. And I have worked really hard getting these 75 examples together. You're going to love the price. But before I go into it, I want to first explain a little bit about how this happens. Well, how do you get that kind of doubling? Well, it has to do with the way they prepared these working dies. Nowadays, when they prepare a working die, they have these single squeeze presses where they take these cone-shaped steel rods. Eventually, this steel rod is put into place and has a master die impressed on it, so that eventually, after a striking, for example, here you see the steel rod after it's had the reverse impression of a memorial Lincoln cent. Now, nowadays, they have advanced technology that allows them to make these dies with only a single squeeze. In other words, only a single impression from the master die. But back in this early era, they had a process where they used multiple squeeze presses. In other words, in the first depression, where they would take one of these cones and they would put it in place to create the reverse or obverse die, the first impression would not strike up all the detail that you found on the master die. It would need a second striking. So what they would do is after that first striking, they remove the cone, that cone after the first striking, and they would anneal it. They would put it in an oven to heat it, soften the metal on that cone, and then they would put it back in place for that second striking. And then after that second striking, they would have all that detail fully struck into that working die that they could then use to strike those coins with. However, on rare occasions, and on this particular occasion, after they removed what would become the working die, after they removed it after the first strike to heat it, some operator at the mint, when he replaced it and put it back into place for that second striking, he rotated that working die ever so slightly. So when that master die came down a second time, it had a shift. And so you saw that doubling. That is the rotation because of the incorrect placement of that working die for that second striking. It's very, very rare. It happens on only very rare occasions back during that earlier era. It doesn't happen anymore today because, again, today they have the new technology where it only requires one single squeeze. Now, take a look at these pieces, folks. In MS 66 condition, these are extraordinary, close to perfection. And you can see NGC puts double die or double profile, double die obverse on the holder, as does PCGS. There you see one MS66 DDO double die obverse there. You see that white outline there around Kennedy's chin? That's the doubling that you see there. That outline is actually that doubling that we're talking about, going up his lip and up to his nose. Very, very, very obvious doubling. MS66 condition. And again, I have around 75 of these coins. This is a very, very valuable, very underrated variety. I've got a few comps here. Here's a 6.5 that a dealer wants $405. Here's one for $425. Here's a MS66 like we're offering here. $440. Here's another MS66, $660. Once again, this is extremely rare, folks. There are only 1,588 examples certified in all grades by NGC, 391 of which are MS66. 391 coins of which are MS66. I have these today, MS66 condition. They're not $650 or $450 or $395 or even $295. This is a great, great issue. This is an era variety I could not recommend more highly. I believe this is among the most undervalued major variety era coins in the entire Franklin Kennedy half-dollar series. This double die obverse, at least as rare as the double die obverse the 1955 Lincoln cent. And I've got these coins for only $179 a coin. $179 a coin. And I offer you a 3-coin special while I have these. Again, I have around 75 examples, which represents, roughly 20% of the entire NGC population. Around 75 examples. I've been trying to buy these every chance I get. This is such a winner as a collector. You know, it's an absolute grand slam opportunity. 3 examples, the price drops down to $176.33. You can own 3 examples for only $529. $529. 3 examples of the extremely rare 1966 special mint set double die Kennedy half dollar for only $529. 1 example, if you want to just get one, only $179. I've never been able to offer this coin, this extremely valuable variety, extremely rare variety, at this great great price. This is the best price I've ever been able to offer this issue on. It's the best price you'll ever see from me, folks. This is as good as I can do. This is just a great opportunity for the collector of today. Now, once again, if you've just tuned in, what we have is the very, very rare major variety, the Special Mint Set Kennedy with the double die obverse profile, which you see right here. On the left, you see the regular Kennedy profile, and on the right, you see the doubling around Kennedy's neck and around his chin and up through his mouth area, which came from improper preparation of the working die. Back during that era, the working die needed at least 2 impressions from the master die to strike all the necessary details into that working die. So between strikings, what they would do is remove the working die after the first striking, heat the die or anneal the die, that metal steel rod metal die, in an oven to soften the metal. Then when they would bring it out, put it back in place. Now there would be little notches on the cone so they would know exactly where to replace it for that second striking. In this case, that working die was rotated just a little bit, and so when that master die came down for the second striking, you ended up getting this doubling that you see here. Just a very, very rare variety. Extraordinary because, again, it's a variety you can see with your naked eye, very easy to see, and it's just a golden opportunity as a collector. If you've never acquired the 1966 double die obverse, this is the time to do it. Well, I can offer them for only $179 a coin. We have a lot of people calling in on this one. Again, looks like we have a couple people. Another one who just took advantage of the 3 coin option where you can own 3 of these for only $529. Again, we have a picture here of the steel rods that are used to make working dies. That's the steel rod, and then once that steel rod gets an impression from a master die, for example, here's a steel rod that's going to be used to strike the reverse of the Memorial Lincoln Cent. And you could see the impression there of the Memorial reverse Lincoln Cent on that steel rod. So that's the process that, again, it doesn't happen anymore because nowadays they can make these working dies with just a single press from the master die. So they have advanced technology that makes this kind of rarity impossible. So while we have them, this is an opportunity to take advantage of a rarity from a bygone era that really, with the passage of time, folks, this is only going to become more valuable with the passage of time. It's such an important variety in the Kennedy half-dollar series, very rare, and I've got a great price on it, only $179 a coin, 3 for $529. One last time, this is how rare it is. These are the total number of coins graded of some of the more important varieties and error coins to compare the 66 double die with. You've got the accented hair Kennedy, which was the first proof Kennedy struck, which you're familiar with, a very rare coin. In all grades, NGC has graded about 12,500 coins versus about 28,000 for the regular variety of the Kennedy. You've got the 55 double die obverse Lincoln, which we showed you at the beginning of the presentation. All grades, about 3,500 examples certified. And just finding one in circulated condition, folks. Circulated damaged condition is going to be $1,500, $2,000. Okay? And here you got the 66 double die, this major variety, only about half the number certified, in all grades, 1,600 coins. And I've got MS66s for only $179. There's no reason I can think of where if you want to put away something that has tremendous future potential, you want to get at least 3 of these, really. It's a great, great opportunity for the collector of today. Please take advantage of it. This is a coin that will be really, really good to you. Please stay tuned. I've got another little presentation coming right up you might enjoy as well.
TV. I'm your host, James Gerstel, and we have a really exciting gold presentation. This coin is flat out rare. First of all, it's an American Gold Eagle. It happens to be a particular part of the series that is traditionally and generally struck in the lowest mintages of any of the sizes that they strike the American Gold Eagle in. This coin has rarity that is amazing, and we judge this rarity a couple of ways for this coin. It is absolutely one of the rarest Gold Eagles ever issued. It's a mint state coin that is grading in a perfect MS-70 grade. Mint state Gold Eagles do not grade in a perfect mint state 70 grade often. In fact, it's quite scarce to obtain one of these coins in a perfect grade. This is the mint state version. This is the coin that is struck for quantity and struck on a high-speed press. This is the coin that is issued to fulfill a demand. Now, I'm not going to say that quality is not foremost on the mint's mind whenever they strike anything, but perfection is another matter altogether. And what we're featuring right now, ladies and gentlemen, is the half-ounce Gold Eagle. Since 1986, every year, this coin has been minted in mint state. The thing about this coin that makes it very special, of the 4 sizes of the American Gold Eagle, this half-ounce eagle is the size that is produced in the smallest quantity, the smallest mintages, year in and year out. Almost every single one of these issues, beginning in 1986, have a smaller mintage than any of the other sizes in the series of Gold Eagles. The low mintage of these coins, you would never expect a coin like this to have a mintage this low. Let's take a look. What we've done here, ladies and gentlemen, for just the half-ounce Gold Eagle, and just in mint state, we have published all of the mintages. And you can see, for instance, when you compare to the 1-ounce coin, that these mintages, even at the top mintage, is much smaller than all of those other issues. Now, what we've done here is we've put the mintages in descending order. Now, I want to show you the real nuts and bolts so we can get right into it. Now, we're featuring the 2019. The reason why we're featuring this coin is that dramatic, absolute rarity of mintage. In fact, since 1986, there has only been one date, 1 year of the half-ounce Gold Eagle that has a lower mintage than the 2019 that we're featuring on today's show. And that mintage is 24,100. Now, in red, you see the 2019 at 30,000. Right above that, you see the 1990p. And what really got me going about this opportunity for this coin was what the 1990 and, of course, the 1991 and many of the other issues that you see on these tables. With mintages that are higher, how they have performed and how collectible they've become and how difficult they are to acquire today. Take a look. 1990. 1990 until the 2019 half-ounce Gold Eagle came along was the second lowest mintage date in the series at 31,000 coins minted. Now I want you to take a look here at what these coins bring in the marketplace. That one brought over $3,100 at auction. This coin that auctioned off for over $3,100 is a mint state 69. Not the 70s that we're offering. We're offering 2019s with a lower mintage. This coin in a mint state 69 brought over $3,100. The coins we're featuring right now are in a perfect mint state 70 grade. A little bit of history for this coin. First of all, beginning in 1986, the United States government has issued this coin. Now, what's made this program so long-lasting and so popular is the fact that the obverse of the coin is the design of the original $20 gold St. Gaudens. Now, that's a design that every collector is enamored of, and every collector longs to own a $20 gold piece or any United States coin that features the design made famous originally by Augustus St. Gaudens in 1907. It's simply put known as one of the most beautiful and artistic renderings of an allegorical, an example of liberty that was ever created. So right away, the cachet of Augustus St. Gaudens' masterpiece design, which has been going strong since 1907, is the impetus, is the reason why this coin is instantly recognizable as it is and sought after by collectors. You would be hard-pressed to ever get your hands on a version of a St. Gaudens with a mintage as low as this coin. You would have to spend an immense amount of money. I want you to take a look really quickly at what we're featuring here. This is a unique opportunity to own a special coin in a very special label. Now, it bears the signature of Miles Standish. Now, for those of you who watch our show, one of the first things you'll note, Miles Standish has done an immense amount for numismatics. He was one of the original, actually, grader at PCGS. He has brought coin grading into the realm of numismatics in such a way as that all us collectors have learned to rely on these grades. Not that Miles established, but that he adhered to. And PCGS and NGC, where he is now. These companies have an obligation to adhere to that Sheldon scale of grading. And it's because of that that when we have a Mint State 70 version of a coin that hardly ever occurs in a perfect grade, that this one bears all the history that had Miles involved, Ed Moy, the mint director, and most of all, the rarity of the most popular gold coin in the world today, the United States Gold Eagle. Our network here has a great connection with Miles Standish. We go even further than that. Ed Moy was a mint director, and all of this history is going to come together in this coin. Let me show you how it's going to be done. In 2011, the mint director, Edmund Moy, before he left office in 2011, he did something really special. He bestowed upon Miles a mint director's medal for his contributions to numismatics and to the U.S. Mint. Miles Standish isn't just a coin grader. He's a pioneer. He's a trailblazer. He thought of a lot of great programs, but I'll tell you what he really did that shines brighter than anything. He has graded some of the world's most famous and expensive coins. Now, I think all of us collectors have heard of the 1913 Liberty nickel. I mean, there were only 5 examples. They sell for $5, $6, $8 million. And if any ever come to market now, because they're all spoken for, they'll probably sell for $10 million or more. The 1804 silver dollar, the silver dollar from the King of Siam presentation set. Miles Standish, the grader of that coin. Well, that's one of the most priceless silver dollars ever issued, and one of the most famous. So Miles Standish, in a way, he took this coin under his wing, because I want you to notice something special about the labeling. First of all, take a look. It says, from a mint sealed box. Because I'll tell you, when you are looking for the highest examples of United States gold, United States Gold Eagles, the only place that you will get a perfect coin, a perfect condition coin, a Mint State 70, is from a U.S. mint sealed box. That's the only place. Without that, you're going to get a Mint State 69. The coins we're featuring right now are in a perfect Mint State 70 grade. We are offering this coin for $1,795.
$1,795. And there is a toupee available too, and I'll get into that in a second. Now this is exciting, and I want to tell you, as the second lowest mintage, this is big news. Many of these coins of a mint state 70 are nearly impossible to acquire because these really low mintage coins that you have to go way back in history for have long been dispersed to collectors everywhere. Here's an example. The rarest of them all is the 1991. That is a mintage of 24,000. And in a perfect grade, that's a rare coin. Now I want you to see what a perfect grade of the rarest, nearly $8,000. And that's if you're lucky enough to find one. And that was an auction price. They don't come around every day, hardly ever. That one was almost $8,000. We're offering this coin for $1,795. Now, the Mint does a fantastic job appealing to collectors of all kinds, all over this great country, even all over the world. And there are millions of coin collectors. But most of the coin collectors, when you're out to get the finest known, when you're out to get the highest grades, most of us think we're never going to be able to touch those coins, that they come around so infrequently, and when we look at archival records of what they sell for, we're not able to land a single coin. I want to show you something else that makes this coin the most collectible of them all. I put together an absolute rarity table here. Now, almost every one of the coins on this rarity table are going to be the coins that we think of as the collector coins because we order them directly from the U.S. Mint. And those are the coins that are specially struck and specially manufactured to be the highest grades known. In fact, when those coins, and I'm speaking of the collector issues like the proofs, those coins are struck a minimum of 2 times. They are created from mirrored blanks to bring out all the detail. They are struck on a hand-operated coining press, 1 coin at a time, under immense pressure. So you would expect all the detail to be there. You would expect all the luster and all the strike. What you wouldn't expect is that kind of detail and that kind of strike from a mint state version, a coin that was struck on a high-speed press, a coin that every once in a while you'll get a perfect grade. And a coin going in has a mintage of only 30,000. So from the get-go, before a single one was graded, this was one of the rarest issues of them all. On this table right here are all collector coins from the United States Treasury. They're proofs, except for the one at the very bottom. And the one at the very bottom is the coin we're featuring, and that's a mint state. Now, I want you to notice, of all of those coins above that date in red, they all have higher mintages. They were all struck for the collector. They were all specially ordered by collectors directly from the U.S. Mint. And yet, in every single one of those coins there, you see a higher mintage. Not only do those coins have a higher mintage, they have a much higher selling price. These coins will not last because you cannot argue with facts and figures. It is rarer than some of the most collected of the gold eagles that we all love so much. It is the highest grade. It is, like I said, $1,795. I want you to take a look at this table right here. I was amazed to find that these great coins had such low mintages. I mean, 1987 at 143,398 is the highest of all of these mintages. 1993 proof, the mintage there is 43,819. That's really a low mintage. Now, it's no 30,000, I'll tell you that. Here's an example in a perfect proof 70 grade of that very coin. And that coin brought nearly $23,000 at auction. Here's a 1988. This is also a perfect proof 70 grade. That coin brought nearly $2,500. Everybody wants a proof gold eagle because of that mirrored background. and because of that low mintage. But when you stop to think, a mint state gold eagle of the same size in a perfect grade, that happens so infrequently at $1,795, when you stop to think about it, eye-opening. Absolute rarity. I'm searching around, and I found this coin right here. And I love this example because it bears the same label as our coin. And by the way, this label that we have, this issue that we have, this population is a mere 501 coins. That was the total universe as we stand today. And there's one right there, which I thought was a great price, $2,362. Perfect rated mint state 70. It's the second lowest mintage. It's a 2019, and it's $2,362. Now, the only thing that could be better than that is the same coin for $1,795, and that's what we're doing right now. At $1,795, we all work hard for our money, and when you spend $1,795 on a gold coin, you want it to be something spectacular. You want it to be something better than anything you own already. You want it to be maybe a centerpiece to your coin collection. This particular coin, this particular size, with a mintage of 30,000. You know, if you want a correlation to value, 1995, for the 10th anniversary of the American Eagle program, a special gold set was issued. And in that set was a silver eagle that has become famous because the mintage, it was 30,125. 125 more than this coin here. And the reason why I point that out, that coin is known as the absolute rarity amongst silver eagles. And so is the one in 2019 with a mintage of 30,000. World famous. Now, a 1995 W in a perfect grade is easily a $25,000 coin. So when I see absolute rarity in this coin, when I see the highest grade in this coin, when I see the pedigree of the label, when only 501 examples is the whole population of this special label, and spotting rarities, that's what we do here at Rare Collectibles TV better than anybody else does, because we're willing to do the work, to do the research, to go back in history, to look under every single, literally, every corner that we can to find the information that we need, and then to seek out those coins, those opportunities, because we know that's what building a coin collection is all about. It's starting at the ground floor and having the thrill of owning something incredibly rare. In this case, I love this coin because if you want rarer, you're going to have to spend $7 grand, $8 grand, even $10,000. To duplicate this rarity, folks, you just can't do it for the price that we have this coin selling at. There is nothing more in the world that I enjoy than discovering a coin like this, being able to present to you the highest possible grade, the highest quality. Don't miss out. When it comes to rarity, you are right now gonna own, since 1986, when you think of all sizes, one of the absolute rarest examples of the most popular gold coin in the world today. So, ladies and gentlemen, last opportunity, $1,795. And I want you to take a look, because I want to go over just a couple of the great reasons why you want to own this coin. First of all, look at the coin. Amazing. And the reason why it looks like that, it is absolutely in perfect condition. And it has been graded by multiple graders who all came to the same opinion that it's a perfect grade. It is the second lowest mintage in the entire series. and that is since 1986. It has an unbelievable pedigree connection to one of the pioneers. And in a way, if it wasn't for these pioneers of grading who brought us the guarantee impartial grading of these coins, we would not have the great hobby of numismatics today. And we do, because you can see every one of those coins are a matching perfect grade. There is no doubt that every one of these comps, comparison prices, every one of these charts, every one of the tables of mintages, the conclusion is this: no matter where you look, no matter how hard you try, there is only one date that has a lower mintage than this coin. So this coin right here is an unbelievable value and a rare coin. I have really tried to stress to you our commitment to numismatics is why we bring a coin like this to you. So thank you so much for watching. This is true rarity. I guarantee you're going to love it. And don't go anywhere, because, you know, there's always something good right around the corner. See you soon.
This is your lucky day. I am James Gerstel. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. Have you guys heard about the emergency production of Silver Eagles at the Philadelphia Mint that has been going on for a very short period of time, for 2020 and 2021? Now, we all know that it's the last year or so been different than any other time in our history for at least a century. And as a result, there's been shortages of a lot of stuff. And one of the biggest shortages of all lately has been silver. And it seems that in trying times, everybody wants one of the original forms of money. And silver has become extremely popular. The most popular form of silver of all are American silver dollars. And it's always been that way. Morgan dollars are collected by generations and thousands of collectors. Peace dollars. Everybody wants a peace dollar. And when you go back even further, trade dollars and ceded liberty dollars and flowing hair dollars, if you're ever lucky enough to get one of the originals. American silver dollars have been collected since the late 1700s, from the very founding of the mint. Rarely in the history of the United States of America does the government invoke its emergency powers to literally mandate that the mints strike coins to be disseminated to the American public. This happened in 2020 and in 2021. It hadn't happened for a really long time. The last time we saw anything like emergency production for coins was during World War II. Beginning in 1942, the lowly Jefferson nickel. Well, nickel was a major component of the war effort. So the government had to remove all the nickel from production of all U.S. coinage. And they replaced it with, of all things, solid silver. Well, that was the Silver War nickels. They were struck from 1942 to 1945. And the reason for that was emergency production. And how can you tell a Jefferson nickel that's produced under emergency production rules, if you will? You see that mint mark on the reverse of that coin at the very top of the dome of Monticello? That big P mint mark indicates that that is a Silver War nickel, emergency production. In 1943, copper was extremely vital to the war effort. There were a lot of Lincoln pennies being produced, millions and millions. All the copper was removed from the Lincoln penny. It was substituted with steel and zinc. Steel pennies, 1943. How could you tell that was emergency production? Well, it was the only time that a penny was made out of steel. Instantly recognizable, emergency production.
So it's no surprise to us coin collectors that the government was going to have to do something when virtually the government shut down, because they were mandated by law to strike these coins every year. You see, in 1985, Ronald Reagan, who was president at the time, signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. That authorized the Treasury to begin striking a new American silver dollar. That began in 1986. And every year, as a regular issue or what we call a business strike, that coin was struck. So 2020 and 2021 were going to be no different. Even if the government had to invoke the right to authorize by emergency production, emergency issue, the coins you're about to see. Now, the thing about these coins, the mintage is surprisingly low. I don't think anybody ever could have foreseen what has happened. I want you to take a look, because we are offering an opportunity here to get the 2020 and the 2021. And there's so many attributes to these new silver dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, the 2020 documented and certified as a first day of issue from the Philadelphia Mint in that special Philadelphia holder, first day of issue in the ultimate grade of perfect MS-70. This coin is available as a single entity. It's $379. And I'm popping the price right now because I want you to know this is an incredible rarity. It's the second rarest silver eagle as a business strike ever produced by the U.S. Mint. And I'm talking about a coin that has been continually struck since 1986, year in and year out. You get the second rarest silver eagle ever issued with a mintage of 240,000 for $379. Its compadre there next to it in a Mint State 70 as well, we put in our special NGC Reagan Mercanti exclusive holder that only Rare Collectible TV has the rights to. And we did that because that year of 2021 is the final year for the Mercanti Reverse. It's been on the coin since 1986. The one you are looking at right there is the last. It is going away. There will be no 2022. In fact, midway through this year, the Mint will switch the Reverse to a brand new design. So the Mercanti Reverse of the Heraldic Eagle is going away forever. You get what is the third rarest and just the second emergency production ever done, Silver Eagle in the 2021 with a mintage of 495,000. That coin is $269. Now get on the phone right now, but don't hesitate, because this deal has got collectors everywhere wanting these coins. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Coin Week, one of the largest coin publications, had an article. In the title says it all. A new modern rarity, the 2020. And they go on to state here, there will be rarities issued in 2021 as well. Get ready. We've got them, both of them. They sold out quicker than you can blink an eye. Here's why. Take a quick look at this table of mintages of the business struck, or what I call regular issue, of the American Silver Eagle dollar. And don't forget, this coin is the largest American silver dollar ever produced by the Mint. It has way more silver in it than a Morgan dollar. It has a larger diameter. And it has a world-famous design. On its obverse, the Walking Liberty half dollar, designed from 1916. And its reverse, the ultimate heraldic eagle design, designed by John Mercanti, going away. That coin has made history since the first day in 1986 when it was issued. Now take a look at the mintages. And these equate to millions and millions of collectors buying each and every one of these years, putting them away to get a complete date run from the beginning all the way up to the current issue. So the coins we're featuring right now are vital components to completing all of these coin collections. Thousands, if not millions of people have started collections and can't complete them without the 2 coins you're about to see. Now take a look at the bottom of this table. In red, the ultimate reason why I want you guys on the phone right now. The 2020 with a mintage of 240,000. It's bested by only 1 coin, the 2015. And the 2021 from Philadelphia, documented with a mintage of 495,000, another crazy low mintage. Folks, I want you to know that we're offering the 2021 on an individual basis, and that is also in the highest grade attainable, a Mint State 70, a perfect condition coin. We're offering that coin for $269. You're going to see in a minute why both the prices that we have, the $379 price for the 2020, you can't beat it. I guarantee it. The $269 price for the 2021, the very last with Mercanti's Reverse, $269. Another coin in our exclusive label at the highest grade attainable. And for the set together, ladies and gentlemen, get on the line because you have an opportunity to buy both true rare coins for $629. Now here's where it gets really fun. Really, there's 3 finishes of American Silver Eagles. There are what we call the business strikes. I call them the regular issue. Much like a Morgan dollar was issued every year in uncirculated, these are very much the same way. In fact, they are the same way. Now, when you look in your red book, you'll see in parentheses very small mintages of Morgan dollars. Those are the proof coins. The largest mintage was 1,200. Those are really, really hard to get, obviously. They're priceless artifacts. And so the Mint followed along those lines by issuing these silver dollars in proof. And they issued about 27 million of them. There was another collectible version, the burnished die. Almost 3.8 million of those coins were issued. Now, the column on the far right says it all. Those are the percentages by which these coins grade in perfect 70 grade. The business strikes, not even 0.75% would you be guaranteed to get a perfect Mint State 70 when you submit a coin. So what does that mean? Well, you can't just submit 1 coin and expect to get a perfect grade. No, you're going to have to really go with quantity there to get 1 coin that'll grade absolutely perfect. Well, it isn't much better with the proofs or the burnished die. Pretty small amounts, but nothing comes close to the regular issue of the business strikes. They are the hardest to attain in perfect grades. Let me show you what we're talking about in brass tacks. These are 2020 Silver Eagle dollars that were produced by Philadelphia as emergency issues. $795, 1 coin. Now, we're doing the same coin for $379, except ours is a first day of issue. But they're both PCGS graded. Ours is $379, theirs is $795. Well, we love John Mercanti here. He's a friend of the show. We have an exclusive label with his signature on it. And here is an NGZ coin that was graded in a perfect 70 grade. It's $1,150. I just offered you the same coin for $379 in a PCGS, first day of issue, Mint State 70. That one right there, $1,150. Oh, here's a great deal. This is also Philadelphia, first day of issue and emergency production. It's $1,000, ladies and gentlemen. And I got to tell you, it's a phenomenal deal. You are going to thank your lucky stars that you landed here today, because at $379 for that coin, unbeatable. And I got to tell you, don't miss out. The 2021 at $269 is equally as valuable because it features the last heraldic reverse, and it features only the second emergency production Silver Eagle struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And its mintage is 495,000. Another really low mintage. a 2020 at $1,680. And I guarantee you, the owners of that coin, people who bought that coin, are happy as you can be to own one. Well, imagine our viewers right now watching this show and saying, I paid $1,680. I paid $1,150. I paid $1,000. I got the greatest deal in the world at $795. Seeing this, where you could buy both of those coins, the 220, the 221 for $629. Both in Mint State 70, the 2020 in a first day issue, the 2021 in our exclusive Reagan Mercanti label for $629 for the two together. Don't forget, $269 for the 2021 on their own. So if you love American Silver Eagles, if you know that this coin has become the most popular silver dollar in the entire world, it has really overtaken the Morgan dollar. And I'll tell you what, you can never get one of those fantastic classic Morgan or Peace dollars in a Mint State 70. Not even one coin exists. Very few of these coins exist in a Mint State 70 grade. Only 0.72%, not even 0.75%. So don't delay. On that table, there was one coin that had a lower mintage than the two that we're showing right now. That was a 2015, and that was also struck at Philadelphia. It wasn't emergency production. The mintage was about 80,000. I want to show you how valuable these coins become. That coin right there is one of the coins that I just spoke about, and coincidentally, it has the same label as our 220, the Philadelphia label. That coin, almost $4,000. What's the grade? Mint State 70, the ultimate. I get excited about silver dollars. I've been a Morgan dollar fan since I was a little kid. I always wanted to own Morgans, but when you're 7 or 10 years old and you're a coin collector, you don't have enough money for a Morgan dollar. You're happy collecting pennies and stuff like that. In fact, you couldn't be happier. As you begin to evolve a little bit into coin collecting, you begin to realize the magnificence of the silver dollar, its size and its weight and its history. You start collecting silver dollars and the world opens up. However, let me tell you the difference about this coin. Since 1986, millions of coin collectors have discovered that the United States of America issues a bona fide legal tender silver dollar, bigger than any we've ever struck before, with the original Walking Liberty half-dollar design from 1916, a world-famous heraldic eagle reverse made famous by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti, all in one package. The silver dollar that took over the world. If you're one of those collectors, and I know you are because thousands of collectors, our collectors on our show, purchase complete collections of American Silver Eagles in Business Strike, the regular issue, from 1986 all the way to the present time. I get to tell you, every one of those collectors, they want this coin. The phones never stop ringing. The 2020, impossible to get. The mintage was only 240,000. Well, let me tell you, the 2021, no easier, because the mintage of that coin was 495,000. When you talk low mintages for silver dollars, take a look at the Morgan series. Find a coin with a mintage of less than 500,000 coins. That coin is going to be $5,000 and $10,000 in the highest grade, or highest grade. No, in a nice grade. In the highest grade, it's going to be 6 figures. This is an opportunity to get in, not just on the ground floor, but you haven't even hit the ground floor yet. I don't want to forget the 2021. A lot of attention is directed to the 2020. But the 2021, ladies and gentlemen, that is the last coin of its kind. That coin is going to go down in history as being the last American silver dollar to feature the Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse. The fact that it has a mintage that is the 3rd lowest ever at 495,000 is icing on the cake. I am offering 2021s for $269 in perfect Mint State 70. That one is almost $450. This one is almost $900. There's a reason for these prices. There's a reason for this demand. These silver dollars have caught everybody's attention. For the last year, the Mint has announced that 2021 will be a transition year. It's the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse. So since news broke of that, well, that transition to the new reverse, collectors cannot get enough of what we now call the Type 1, 1986 through 2021. Midway through 2021, the Type 2 series will begin. So this coin that you are looking at from Philadelphia for 2021 is the final issue with that reverse. Now, because of its uniqueness, because of the unique times that we live in right now, these coins as emergency production will go down in history as being unique, much like the steel cents from 1943, the Civil War nickels from 42 to 45. Rarely has this happened. We all hope it never happens again. There is a silver lining. There happens to be a silver lining consisting of 2 silver dollars right here, both in the highest grade attainable. You can buy an individual 2020 with a rare mintage of only 240,000 for $379. But not for long, because they are gone everywhere. And everyone that I know of that exists in the world today is right here in our set. You can buy a rare 2021, mintage 495,000, the third rarest in the history of the series, for $269. Or you can combine the two together in a set for $629. The hardest coin to achieve in a perfect grade are the coins you're looking at. They are generally struck for quantity and not quality. Though they're beautiful coins, it is the rare occurrence that these coins occur in a perfect grade. We saw that not even 0.75% of these coins will grade in a perfect grade. And that's by both grading services, both PCGS and NGC. I just want to make sure that I have not left anything out here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we know that they're retiring the reverse. So the 2021 in your set or your individual coin is the last one of its kind. It closes out the series, forever known from now on as the Type 1. Now, I briefly mentioned that we have thousands of collectors who purchase from us the entire collection in Mint State, from 1986 to the present time. Every one of those collectors are now on the phone trying to get one of these coins or the set, because it's vital to end the Type 1 series. There will never be a second chance on these coins. Let me just say this. This is possible to achieve. A complete Morgan dollar collection in the highest grades known is virtually impossible to achieve. Even if you have the $1.5 million to $2 million that it would take to purchase all of them, where would you find them? Where would you locate them? It would be a life's quest. But right here, falling right into your lap, are number 2 and number 3 in terms of rarity in the entire series of business struck Silver Eagles. For $629 for the set of 2, for $379 for an individual 2020, or $269 for an individual 2021. If you have any questions, you can contact me here anytime. I'm always available, and I'm willing to talk to any of you collectors about coins, because I love coins, and I'll be happy to talk to you about them. But right now, it's time for me to go. But I want to leave you with this thought. This display, this cachet, is the only one I know of anywhere in the world. There will be no more displays like this, no more cachets like this in the future. If we're able to get any more of these coins, it's going to be a little dribble here and there. There will never again be enough for me to come on the air and do this for you guys. I hope you got one or you got both, but I hope you get in on it. So thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more great coins. See you soon.
Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Informational, educational, and innovative. High-quality coins at super prices. True numismatic excellence right here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Everybody to Rare Collectibles. I'm James Gerstel. The event that everybody has been waiting for of 2021 is happening right now. Now, these coins are live, ready to go. This is the latest issue from the United States Mint of the American Silver Eagle dollar. This is a seminal event in the history of this coin series, which began in 1986. Why? Because the design of the reverse of this coin that we all know and love is being retired. What you're looking at is a coin that is only going to be issued for half of the year of 2021, the Type 1. Now, we happen to have this coin in the rarest form of all, the Mint State. The United States Mint makes the Mint State, or the bullion version, if you will, or the business strike. And the U.S. Mint strikes these coins, sells them to a network of distributors who then sell them directly to the public. This coin is the hardest coin to get of all of the options of the American Silver Eagle dollar, the hardest coin to get in a Mint State 70. Mint State 70, according to the Sheldon grading scale, there is no grade higher than MS 70. It refers to an absolute perfect condition, flawless coin. And that is under magnification of at least 5 times. Hardest to do, because these coins are struck for quantity. It's not like they don't try to make nice coins, because they do, but they are struck for quantity, not quality. The ones that are struck to be guaranteed highest grades are the proof coins and the reverse proofs and the burnished dies and all those collector coins, which we collectors have to order directly from the U.S. Mint. John Mercanti designed the reverse of this coin in 1986. He did it as a tribute to the silver dollars that bore the heraldic eagle reverse from the very late 1700s to the very early 1800s. So this design was his way of honoring those original silver dollars that came before, his tribute to those coins. John Mercanti was an unbelievable sculptor and artist. He came to work at the U.S. Mint in 1974. He was appointed chief engraver in 2006, but in between, he was a master at die engraving, at modeling, at making coins by hand, the old-fashioned way. And in fact, when it came time for this coin to be designed and all of the silver eagles that first were struck in 1986, he actually revamped the obverse. Can you believe it? Adolph A. Wyman's unbelievable Walking Liberty half-dollar design was improved by John Mercanti, re-engraved, detail like you had never seen before. Take a look at one of the most prized possessions, a silver dollar, the largest silver dollar the United States has ever issued, larger than a Morgan, larger than a peace dollar, more silver in it for 2021. And what you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the last one of its kind. That reverse will be retired midway through the year 2021. Now, with everything that's been going on over the last year all over the world, we already know that the U.S. Mint has a real short staff to produce all the coins we know and love to begin with. So there's not as many coins being produced just because there are not as many mint personnel there to conduct all the work that has to be done. Now, when you combine that with the fact that midway through the year, they're going to switch to another design. We're going to get into that in a minute. But this is the last, and let me tell you why it is so important. I took the liberty of making up a table, a list, if you will, that has all of the business strikes mintages for every year since 1986. Because originally when this silver dollar came out, it was to be issued as a bullion coin. Here was the premise behind it. We could go all the way back to the first term of Ronald Reagan's presidency. After he was inaugurated, in the early 1980s, 1981 or so, Ronald Reagan had this idea that he wanted to take our strategic silver stockpile and sell it off and take all that money that would be raised from selling off all those millions and millions of ounces of silver, and he wanted to deposit that into the Treasury to lower the debt. That idea did not fly with Congress in his first term of office. But in his second term, it did. And in 1985, the Liberty Coin Act was born. It was signed into law by Ronald Reagan, and what it did was authorize the Treasury to start producing a new American silver dollar. And that silver dollar would be comprised of the silver that was sitting in the strategic stockpile. So a silver dollar was born. And in the first year, mintages were relatively small. But that really doesn't tell the whole story because they didn't start striking the coins until November of 1986. So in just a couple of months' time, you can see what they struck. 1987, they had the full year to work, and they struck more coins. And you'll see as the years went on, people bought silver, started to really hear about it, started to gain popularity, started to go way up in price. And as the years went on, you can see how the mintages got larger and larger and larger. Silver was the obvious choice for everybody who wanted to own something stable in the form of precious metal, something with a tradition of coins being struck out of it for hundreds of years. And so as you can see, you go look at 2015 with 47 million silver eagles struck in 1 year, and there's not one of those coins that remain on the shelves or in the vaults at the U.S. Mint. They all got shipped out. So over the course of the history of this coin, over 500 million of the business strikes were struck. This coin we're talking about right now. The collector's version, the proofs, the ones with the mirrored backgrounds, the one that you see in Ultra Cameo and Deep Cameo, almost 28 million. The burnished die, a relatively newcomer to the series because it only began in 2006 with a little bit over 3 million. There's only a few issues of the burnished die. The reverse proofs. The U.S. Mint is always looking towards the collector, for the collector, looking out for the collector. So a new version of a proof coin was released known as the reverse proof. And there's only a few issues of those as well, and they started way late in the series. 2006, a little bit less than 900,000 were issued. But when it comes to this coin right here, the Mint State, millions of collectors all around this country and all around the world have put together complete collections from 1986 all the way to the present time, and they're going to need that final coin. It bookends the collection. And we ought to know because we sell thousands of those collections from 1986 to 220. Now, a new addition to those collections, the 2021, the last of John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle Reverse, is here and now. It's a first release. This coin features a pedigree and a label that is exclusive to Rare Collectibles TV. You may have seen it once or twice. First of all, John Mercanti has autographed each one of the labels. Now take a look at the grade MS70, because that's the most important part. I love the artwork. I love his signature. This coin is a perfect graded silver dollar in the highest grade that can be achieved in a first release. And something that no Silver Eagle has ever had on the label before, T-1, Type 1. Because forevermore, the original Silver Eagles from 1986 all the way to that coin right there are known as the Type 1s. And when the reverse is changed, The Type 2 will be born. This label is so important because we feature it only on coins that grade absolute perfect, flawless grades of MS70 or Proof 70. It features artwork that was derived from a sculpture that John Mercanti did of Ronald Reagan when he was at the U.S. Mint. And it's kind of got those 4 panels, there it is right there, of Reagan's profile. It's kind of like an Andy Warhol 1960 piece of artwork. But it is so important because when you own a Reagan Mercanti autographed label that's exclusive to Rare Collectibles TV, you get the rarest label that NGC produces. And it's exclusive to this company. And I'll tell you why I mention it so much, because hardly any of them exist. Now, it's a transition year. And there have been a few coins, I really should say, over the course of the history of numismatics that have been transitions. Well, the 1907 $20 gold Liberty transitioned to the 1907 St. Gaudens, the 1909 Indian Head penny to the Lincoln penny. So there's a few coins that transitioned where mid-year the design was changed to another. And that always amounts to a lot of collectability. It also amounts to a very small mintage for each one of those coins because they were only produced for half the year. But I have never seen a response like the response that has been given to the last of these heraldic eagle reverse designs. You know, recently the U.S. Mint issued the last of the proofs, and it was a record-breaking event where literally, ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes' time, over 325,000 coins were sold, and the issue sold out like that. This coin is tougher to get in a perfect grade than that one. Tougher to get because this coin is not struck twice, not struck under extra pressure, struck on a high-speed press, struck for quantity. So those few coins that end up in absolute perfect grade, well, those are the ones everybody wants, and those are the ones we have. Let me tell you, we have a special deal going here. And I want everybody to know this is not a pre-sale. These coins are live and ready to go. We have them live on the set. An individual coin, one, is $129. First release, perfect grade. You have the opportunity here to buy 5 coins for $620. That's $124 each. Keep in mind that it costs over $50 just to certify one of these coins. And they're hot. Everybody wants them. They're the last of their kind. You can buy 10 for $119 each, $1,190. And in that deal, folks, you can split the payments up into 2 payments of $595. The silver dollars today are so popular. This is the most popular of all the silver dollars out there. Even more popular, I know this sounds like, it sounds shameful to say, more popular than Morgan dollars, more popular than peace dollars. This silver dollar has become the most popular issue in a silver dollar of the U.S. ever struck. But take a look. The whole world knows it. Everybody wants them. There's one right there for $250, ladies and gentlemen. There's one with John's autographed on it. It's almost $600. Here's another. That one's $359. Hey, this looks like an inside price right here. Look at this one. $225. These are all being offered right now. Now, you can see that one's on the auction site, right? But one thing you really know when people are serious, you see where it says buy it now, add to cart. A lot of times it'll say make an offer. But there's no offer taking here. If you don't want it at $225, then move along. That's all, right? You get it? Take it or leave it. $225. Here's one, for whatever reason, did not have a picture. So in this case, I can tell you that a picture is not worth 1,000 words because there are no pictures. But look at that, $599, almost $600. Now, I mentioned the first year of the burnished die. So important because what you're looking at right here is one of those special issues as well. In this case, the first of the burnished die was the first. This is the last of the traditional silver in a perfect grade. First and last coins are big to collectors. Big. Because if you don't own everyone in between, it doesn't really matter if you own the first and the last. A lot of people think that. And then there are those collectors who want to have the whole run. And boy, there's a lot of them. Look at this. This is the burnished die I was telling you about. Great price. Almost $455. That was at an auction. And what's great about that, folks, is that coin started at 0 or 99 cents, something like that, and it went up to over $450. Now, 1996 is a special year for the Silver Eagle because it was one of the lowest mintages in the series. And I'm showing you this coin that sold for $9,400 in a perfect grade to illustrate to you how popular, how collected, how people will do anything they can to get the ultimate in a silver dollar. Well, I will tell you right now that the last of these coins that have been issued every year since 1986, that is a part of dollar coin collecting, it's been solidified like no other coin in the whole entire world, is as important as any that has ever been struck, maybe even more important. Because if you don't have this coin, you cannot complete your series. So those who have it have an advantage over everybody else. I want to show you an image. This image was captured as John Mercanti was doing the modeling for the original Silver Eagles. Because back then, when he created the reverse design, the modeling was done by hand, the old-fashioned way. John Mercanti was a throwback chief engraver, much like those chief engravers from the early days of the mint. He used those tools that were hand-operated, no machine. The art of numismatics is from the hand. That's how it all originates. Every one of these great designs were taken from the classics. That's something. Folks, I mentioned that this is a transition year for the Silver Eagle. Not only is the mint staff extremely limited right now, but the time frame by which this coin that you see right now is to be issued is half the regular time frame. Midway through the year, the Type 2s will be introduced. Here is your opportunity to score and to score big. And what I mean by that is nobody's ever going to get a lot of these coins. The demand for these coins is so intense that we were lucky to get the allocation that we got. And I want you to remember, our coins are live and ready to go, and that's so important today. This is not a pre-sale. This is live. $129 for a single coin in the absolute highest grade attainable of Mint State 70 in our exclusive label. You know, and by the way, I was talking to one of the owners of this company just the other day about this label. And he was throwing out some figures to me that was just mind-boggling. There have been so few of these special labels made available to us that you are guaranteed right now to get the most exclusive pedigree, the most exclusive label, the official label of Rare Collectibles TV right there. And we are the only company that has that. And it's just so fitting. Because Ronald Reagan, we call him the father of the American Eagle program. He is the president that lobbied for it. He is the president that signed the bill into law in 1985. He is the one who paved the way so that the combination of the designer, John Mercanti, and the man who was responsible for it all with a stroke of his pen and the idea in his head, Ronald Reagan, created the ultimate series of silver dollars, of which the last one, and we've been talking about it for a long time already, the last one is now here. Its time is at hand. And forevermore, these Type 1s, the beginning series of the American Silver Eagle, will go from 1986 to 2021. And for you collectors out there who are buying this coin right now, whether you're buying one for $129, 5 for $620, or if you want to go big,
I hope you take advantage of the 2-payment option. Right now, when you call up and lock in 10 coins, $595 put aside with your name on a set of 10, and when these coins ship out, the other $595 gets paid, and you have 10 of the last silver dollars with the Mercanti reverse the Mint will ever make, in the highest grade attainable. This presentation has got to end in about a minute. Time is up. But I want to let you know, it's not the first time that the U.S. Mint transitioned in midstream to a different design. And every time that it has happened before, it's been a monumental event. Here's the last of the Indian head cents. Well, they transitioned to the first of Lincoln's. Of course, we know Morgan dollars in 1921 gave way to the peace dollar in the same year, 1921. And the 1907 $20 gold Liberty. And the very first St. Gaudens was the 1907. The Mint has a short history of changing designs in midstream, and every one of those coins are world famous. This is an addition to that history, to that tradition, to that legacy, and this could be your only opportunity. So folks, here's the deal one last time. 1, 5, or 10. It's all up to you, but I want you to keep in mind, you will never, ever see this reverse again being produced by the U.S. Mint. And right now, you are going to get them in a perfect grade Mint State 70 with all the bells and whistles. I want you to remember Rare Collectibles TV, because we lead the way in just about every category you could imagine. Well, not just about, every, right? All right, you guys, I got to go now. They're making me get out of here, but I want to thank you for watching, and stay tuned, because, you know, big surprises coming up. I'll see you soon.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska. Since we first aired in 2014, we have assembled some of the finest coin collections for our clients, and we want to do the same for you. I ask you, do you want the best? Watch me on Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV right here on this channel.
What we are doing right now, this is a pre-sale, and this is one of the most exciting pedigree labels that has ever been issued. This is the first ever of the Kennedy half dollar of its type, and for this year, 2021, is the first time that these exclusive advance releases labels have been issued. This is the biggest news right now in the entire world of coin collecting and of certified coins, and this is what it's all about. I want you to take a look at the picture that we have. Now, we're waiting, but we are in a little bit of a different position than everybody else who's waiting for these coins to come. Because we, in a way, got a backstage pass on these coins. There are just a handful of companies in this world who have literally been handpicked by the United States Mint, and in collaboration with Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, you know them, they are the grading service that has granted us exclusive rights to the Reagan Mercanti label that we have on all of our Silver Eagle coins of perfect grade. Well, what's happened is, dare I say it, even more exciting than that. This has never been done before. We're talking about 2021.
And every one of these half dollars of the Kennedy half dollar are solid silver. And they're also pure silver. And of course, before 2019, there had never been a pure silver Kennedy half dollar before. Also the grade, let's not forget that, they're Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you cannot get a higher grade because it's indicative of perfect condition. And you cannot get a higher designation of the cameo effect of the coin, that mirrored background and satiny foreground of the coins. The ultimate designation for any proof coin in the history of striking coins has been Ultra Cameo. Nobody does Ultra Cameo better than the United States Mint. So what I'm hoping I'm getting across to you is the quality of these coins are unsurpassed, the greatest, the highest ever, and the label of advanced releases that just a handful of companies around this world have access to. I started to tell you that really what this is a backstage pass. It's a quick route to the front of the line. Advanced releases is something that has never been done before, and I really want to read you the exact definition of this so I don't get anything wrong, because this is brand spanking new. You have seen it, by the way, on the Silver Eagles, but you have never seen it before on the Kennedy half dollar. And the other thing I want to tell you is I have been searching high and low. And right now I can stand here and I can tell you that Rare Collectibles TV is the first company out of the gate who is going to be guaranteed to get some of these coins. We are one of the companies that are in on this deal, and it's very special, let me tell you, but I want you to know, please give us a call. This is going to be huge. The phones are not going to stop ringing. It is going to be incredibly chaotic. But right now, while there's still a little calm before the storm, get on the line to get one of these coins. We are talking about not $1,500 or $2,000. You know, when these issues that are so special first hit the market, you see a mad dash for them, and people will be out and just to pay anything just to be guaranteed to get one of these coins. One of the reasons why there's such a mad dash all the time for these coins is right here. Let's take a look. When you go right down to the bottom line of this chart, what you see is historically and traditionally, even the first bottom two lines, or I should say the bottom two lines, the percentage of proofs versus business strike of the proof Kennedy half dollars, of which this 2021 is certainly one of, is only 3.6%. The percentage of proof strikes that are certified perfect Proof 70 grade is not even half of 1%, not even a quarter of 1%, 0.15%. Most of you collectors out there are also Kennedy half dollar collectors. You collect Morgan dollars, you collect gold, you collect the Lincoln cents, all of the greatest rarities that we sell. And I think maybe up at the top of your list, in some cases at the very top, is the Kennedy half dollar. This is a coin that has been aggressively sought after by collectors, by history buffs, over the years that since the coin has been issued first issued in 1964. The way we stand today on every Kennedy half dollar, the anticipation of these coins coming out has really cleaned the shelves out of all Kennedy half dollars. This is not something unique to coin collecting right now. I've seen it with Morgan dollars and Silver Eagles. It's a mad rush to get every single one of the coins coming out today. This one, again, is right there at the top of the list. I want to describe to you, in fact, I want to read to you directly off NGC's website their definition of the advanced releases. NGC offers the advanced releases designation for select coins, not every coin is going to be eligible, that are purchased by designated mint customers, that's us, prior to the publicly posted first day that the mint makes the new coin available for sale. The most exclusive label. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, you may have heard that a small handful, a group of dealers like us that purchase quantities from the U.S. Mint almost on a daily basis have been granted some special access to these labels and really invited to move to the very front of the line ahead of everybody else to get the very first of these coins. And if that it wasn't enough, the label of advance releases speaks to the fact that days before the public notice of release is when we get a chance to get the coins. So naturally, everybody wants one. It's never been done before. $289. I really fear that there's not going to be enough of these coins for all the millions of collectors of the Kennedy half dollar. This table that I'm holding in my hand is from 1964 all the way to the present time. And it features mintages from every single year. And you know something, folks? You take a look at them, and there's millions and millions of coins. Well, every one of these coins are for the collectors, though. They're all proofs. The business strikes. If those figures were up here, it would go on for pages and pages. It would be like a small phone book. And there's millions of those collectors. But when you look at these coins right here, folks, these dates, these mintages, you can bet that each and every one of those coins represents a collector. That's what you're up against. Now, we know that they'd never make millions of these coins. The coins have small mintages year in and year out, especially lately. There's a lot of evidence of that. We anticipate that this year as well. But I will tell you this. This is the most exclusive label for the following reason. You have to be invited to get in on this label. We had to be invited. It's not open to everybody. It sounds a little bit like favoritism, doesn't it? Aren't we glad? Aren't we glad that Rare Collectibles is in a position where we get so much product from the U.S. Mint because it's because of you collectors, because there's the demand for it, that we were invited to partake in this. Ladies and gentlemen, $289. And I want to also tell you that as I stand here right now, and believe me, I looked, my compatriots here, we all spent lots of time trying to find if we were the first. And we were. So I am proud to stand here and tell you, it's not easy to be first out of the gate with something so exclusive. But I have to tell you, we did it. And timing, you know, timing means a lot. Timing is everything. Well, I think that saying, that cliche, timing is everything, was made for this deal. It really was. You are right now in the right place to get a pre-sale, to get advanced on the advance. Something that nobody else in the country is telling you right now. I can guarantee you an advanced releases label. I can guarantee you the highest perfect condition graded cameo coin, ultra cameo, you're ever gonna have in your collection. I can promise you that as the market takes off, and we've seen it before, I can name countless of examples where one day it's here and the next day it's boom. I can promise you a locked-in price of $289. If you can swing it, get as many as you can, because you're not gonna regret it. But you are if you don't. I'm telling you right now, again, I've seen it a million times. You look back a couple of years, man, why didn't I get that 1995 W proof when I could have gotten it in the gold set for absolutely nothing? A $25,000 coin today. Don't regret it. This is an exemplary opportunity of how Rare Collectibles has really its finger on the pulse of the market. You can see a winner coming down the track from a long way, right? Because it's got the lead. This coin, ladies and gentlemen, is it. Don't miss out on it. It's a rare opportunity. We were invited, and you are now invited. Listen, I got to wrap this up, but I want to let you know that for $289, you're going to get the finest examples, and you're going to get the most unique issue of the Kennedy half dollar in a darn long time. And let us not forget also that you will own a really special coin and the third in the series of the pure silver Kennedy half dollars. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Don't go anywhere because you know there's going to be a lot of good stuff coming up. And I will see you all really soon. Bye now.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. So happy you're tuning in today, folks, because I have got a cherry picker special for you. This is an area of proof coins that I know is going to be a great collector series for the future. Not just today, but most importantly for the future. Because right now, these coins in the condition I have them in, I've been able to focus on this series for about 35 years, and it's given me the opportunity to make a lot of connections in the business, to make a name for myself where a lot of people know I specialize in proof coins, and so I get first crack at some of the best deals. And I'll tell you, being a specialist in these coins now since the early 80s, the coins I have are so much more difficult to find now than they were, say, even 10, 15 years ago. Most of the nice proof sets from this era that I'm focusing on today, the 1950 to 1964 era, most of these sets have been picked through 10 times over. Now, for those of you who are new to collecting, I'm going to be real quick with this because, again, I've got a limited number of these sets. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So the Mint goes to a lot of work to make proof coins. They take the dies and they will polish them to a mirror-like finish. And then they will give the coin blanks a kind of polishing treatment as well. They'll feed them into the die at a slower rate and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, most importantly, they aren't dumped into bins as commercial strikes are, but they're individually handled. Now, nowadays, when you acquire a proof set from the U.S. Mint, you have to order them from the Treasury. They truly are state-of-the-art. Here's a set that's struck in 1991, folks. This is what I would refer to as the modern era, when technology was so advanced at the San Francisco Mint, and the packaging was very advanced. So here you have a set that's over 25 years old, and the coins look like they just came off the die. They're absolutely superb. High grade, at least proof 68. So this is what a proof set should look like today, with today's technology. Now, the only downside to owning these sets in this modern era is that, they strike, usually around the 2 to 3 million, 4 million sets a year for collectors. The only downside is the quality is so good that when you buy these sets, they're all high grade. So if you took all the 1991 Jefferson Nichols struck, for example, and submitted them for grading, they would all grade proof 68, proof 69, a few proof 70s, without exception. Now, the era I'm really interested in, though, is that era in the mid-70s and earlier, when the proof technology was not as advanced as it is today. And especially those proof coins struck from 1950 to 1964, because these were the last proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, using old technologies that were really not much different from the technologies that they used to make proof coins back in the 1800s. It's so really surprising, the differences in this small period in time, the differences in technology, the differences in packaging. Here's the last year of a Philadelphia issue proof set. It's 1964, and they came in these envelopes. This is an original envelope with the shipping label. They shipped it third-class insured mail. And you take your set out, and I left this coin in the set, the $50, just so you could see that coins actually did come like this, folks, from the Philadelphia Mint back in this era. Their quality control back then was not like it was today. So you see, the quality was really spotty, no pun intended. And the other thing is the cellophane packaging. You see, it's pliable. So in other words, imagine this set, in the envelope, going third-class mail, snail mail. This cellophane is always rubbing against the surface of the coin, which creates friction, which creates very light little scratches, what we call hairlines on the coin, which lowers the grade of the coin. So it's very rare that you get high-grade proofs from this era when they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then on top of it all, you get this set, folks, and you open it up, and you're expecting the state-of-the-art, right? You're expecting this state-of-the-art, something. The very first coins I ever bought as a kid when I was 10 years old, as a kid, when I started collecting, was a set of proof coins, a 1962 proof set I went to my local coin shop, saved up my lawnmower money, bought a 62 proof set for $7, right? Because I like the idea of getting perfection. But in this era, I mean, it was so, this is so typical. It's so typical because of the poor technology, the poor quality control, the poor packaging. And then on top of it all, to add insult to injury, now you've seen this set. This is from the U.S. Mint. Okay, you got this little letter with every set, and I have to read this once in a while for our newer viewers. Your U.S. proof coins have been carefully inspected and then sealed in a transparent envelope. This package was designed to prevent or delay tarnishing and discoloration. Nevertheless, sooner or later, tarnishing may occur. Care in handling and storing will help to prolong the newly minted luster of the coins. Heat and direct sunlight are especially harmful. Please do not ask us to make exchanges or adjustments. If there should appear what may seem to you a defect or scratch on a coin, it is no doubt a crease in the packaging material. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. This is from the Superintendent of the U.S. Mint. Well, what are you going to do? What I have today, folks, are some of the finest proof Jefferson nickels. The last years of the Philadelphia Mint, proof condition, proof 68. And this is part of a collection. Many of these came from a collection. You may be familiar with Harry the Hoarder. He has some incredible collections of United States coins, 55S pennies and MS-67 red. That's the highest grade NGC's ever given that date. He had over 1,000 of them. Rare coins. He had over 1,000 55S pennies in MS-67 red. He had several thousand war nickels in MS-67. The guy was he wasn't just a hoarder. He was a sharp, astute buyer with a great eye. And he put away, finally, I was able to acquire some incredible proof sets that he accumulated over many, many decades, beginning around 1970 when he started cherry picking the sets. Take a look at these coins that I have for you today, folks. These are my cherry picker specials, some incredible 1961, 62, 63, and 1964 Jefferson nickels. The highest grade these dates have ever received from NGC is proof 69. You look at one of these, you don't see any spots, any unattractive haze or toning. Despite, again, struck in 1964. This coin is over 50 years old now, folks. This is struck from an earlier era. Every single one, flawless to the human eye. The only way you might see the tiniest little hairline would be to get it out of the holder and look at it under a magnifying glass. That's a 64. And you can see a 63 there, 62, all the same quality. 61. Let's show them the 61, Sasha. Got to move quickly on this. I'm going to price these out to you right now, folks. There's the 61. That's a little tougher. That one's a little tougher. Here's Sasha's got the populations on these here for you to show you how many have been graded by NGC. And you can see in proof 68 condition, the 64 is the least difficult of those early years. 64, that final year at the Philadelphia Mint, the quality definitely improved over the previous years. They've graded 3,500 examples of the 64 nickel, only 1,500 of the 63 and the 62, 1,600 of the 61. So those earlier years are considerably more elusive in high-grade proof 68. Now, understandably, the dealers want, nice premiums for these coins. Here's a 1964 in proof 67, folks. Not proof 68 like I'm offering, but proof 67, $40. Here's a 1962 Again, proof 67, not proof 68 like I'm offering. You go from 6.7 to 6.8, you usually at least double or triple the value, the price of the coin. These are 6.7s you're seeing comps of, $99. Here's a 1963 in proof 67, $59.50 or $60. Again, proof 67s. Let's price these out. That first coin you saw, the 1964. If you want a 1964 in proof 68, call in now. This is a cherry pickers special. This is the time where I've set this presentation up so that if you are on a limited budget but want to take advantage of a great numismatic opportunity where you get a beautiful, top quality, rare U.S. coin for an incredibly low price, this is the time to do it. I've gone through these, and you're getting some of the finest surviving proof Jefferson nickels from the early old Philadelphia Mint era. This 1964 you're looking at, folks, worth 6.7s going for $40, $50. You'd expect to see 6.8s for around $100. $29 for this 1964. $29 for this 1964, not in proof 67, but proof 68. Now, it gets even better because you don't have to buy the 1964 if you don't want to. If you want to get a different date, like the 1963, for example, if you want the 1963, guess what?